Hello everyone. I do hope everyone is having a nice and lovely day. Hello Animal Pod. Hello the Dark Canuck. Hopefully we get some more people in today. And hopefully we get to have a nice, fun, great stream on this fine day. How is everyone, if I may ask? How is everyone? Hello, Jaspoon. Rube the Noob, welcome. Welcome indeed. I do hope everyone is doing phenomenal today. Doing just great. I need to stop like idle scrolling Twitter. This place sucks, man. Said it before and I will say it again. I have a Twitter account which is not linked to my personal account, and holy shit, it has made my mental health so much fucking better that I don't have to deal with that bullshit anymore. Especially since Twitter's gotten worse. It's almost like every time I log on to my my regular Twitter account, it's just like inundated with people saying the most heinous fucking shit against my will on my timeline. It's either that or like people that I follow retweeting these people, like quote tweeting these people and going like, you're clearly wrong, this is why you're wrong, you're just lying, and it's like they know exactly what they're doing. Can you not give them more engagement? You're not helping. They know what they're doing is wrong, and the people that follow them know what they're doing is wrong, dude. Like for real. But yeah. Are you going to move to Blue Sky? What is Blue Sky? I used to have a Twitter addiction. It seems like it's got a lot worse now. It has, which is why... Oh god. Yeah, my teeth look horrible in this fucking lighting. But yeah, no, I used to have a Twitter addiction, I guess you could say. Like, now I have a separate account that I use to follow artists that I like, so... But yeah, no, what is Blue Sky? Because whenever I hear Blue Sky, I think of, like, the animation studio that got closed down. New social media site made by Jack Dorsey. Okay. Who's on Blue Sky? I mean, I guess I'll go ahead and download it, so I can go ahead and secure an ad, I guess. But, like, I heavily doubt that people are gonna move over to like, any other alternative site like Twitter. Even if it is made by Jack Dorsey, because, like, I genuinely do not give a shit about Jack Dorsey all that much. Blue Sky sees what's next. This literally just looks like a Twitter clone. Do you need an invite code to get in? Blue Sky Social. Blue Sky will launch soon. Join the waitlist to the beta before it's publicly available. Is this an HTTPS? I guess I could. Well, it's beta now. You can only join by invite codes. Neither do I, just as long as it's not Elon. I think Twitter is going to collapse and it will be a prolonged social media struggle for someone to come out on top. I'll be honest. My opinions on what's going to happen to Twitter is that one of two things are going to happen. Either there's going to be a massive fucking, like, adpocalypse on Twitter where a bunch of advertisers just decide to pull their ads from Twitter due to the way that it's been going in terms of its moderation. Because, like, outright Nazis are just allowed to exist on Twitter and fester. And most advertisers are going to look at that and go, like, no, we don't like that, actually. And they're going to leave. So either that's going to happen and Elon's going to have to fix his fucking shit and fix the moderation. I don't necessarily think that Twitter is going to, like, collapse overnight. Especially since you have to keep in mind, like, the average Twitter user does not know who the fuck Jack Dorsey is and doesn't give a fuck about who Jack Dorsey is. So when it gets down to it, what people decide to do in terms of, like, where they go out of Twitter is going to be entirely dependent on whether or not Twitter exists as a platform, and I don't think a lot of people are going to jump to Blue Sky just based off of, like, oh, Jack Dorsey made it, because who the fuck is Jack Dorsey, is what a lot of people would say. Like, oh, he created Twitter, so he's the guy who fucking sold it off to Elon? Doesn't seem like a very smart guy. That's going to be a lot of people's thought process, so... I would move to Tumblr if Tumblr's UI wasn't shit. But Tumblr's mobile UI makes me want to fucking kill myself. It's so bad. Why the fuck do people give such a fuck about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Like, the only thing that he has is name recognition. And the only reason why he has name recognition is because his dad had name recognition. No one gives a fuck about RFK Jr. But yeah. Also, I do hope the music is not louder than me. But yeah, no, I don't see Twitter really dying anytime soon. What song is this? Interesting. In Roblox? What about in Roblox? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna kill myself in Roblox if that happens. Oh yeah, this shit. I didn't get to cover it in the Crowder segment yesterday because I didn't know at the time. But apparently, like a handful of months ago, what had happened was Steven Crowder had went in to get a surgery. Because, like, if y'all don't know, Steven Crowder has heart issues. I think they're congenital heart issues. Which, why the fuck are you smoking if you have, like, congenital heart issues that put you in the fucking hospital? So why are you smoking cigars, you fucking sociopath? But regardless, Steven Crowder has heart issues, gets put in the hospital for him, and a couple of months back, he got a surgery, which, like, was initially touted as, like, at least for him, he said it was a way to basically, like, something to do with his heart issues, and apparently what it actually was that he had a hollow chest, like a hollow chest cavity, I guess due to his heart issues, but it wasn't like life-threatening. And he decided to have a surgery to basically put, like, I think it's like steel tubes or something in his chest to, like, make his chest kind of not be as hollow as it was, which in many other circumstances I wouldn't give a fuck, because, like, good for you, dude. Do what you want, even though you want to deprive other people of gender-affirming surgeries, because this is what this is. This is a gender-affirming surgery. But like, yeah, even though you want to deprive other people of gender affirming surgeries, I don't give a fuck what you do with your life, dude. Like, if it makes you feel better, do it. The issue with this was that he had this surgery around the time when his wife, his ex-wife now, was having twins. AKA, he was going to be in recovery when his wife, now ex-wife, was also going to be in recovery from having twins. So, and again, elective surgery, this wasn't something that he needed. This was a surgery that he wanted to get, and he got it because, like, around the time that his wife was due to have twins, which is extremely fucking selfish. Because it would have been one thing if this was a surgery that he needed, and it just so happened to line up with the time frame. That is just an unfortunate timing. Like, when it comes to getting a surgery, that is just really unfortunate timing. But sometimes that happens. But no, he elected to get this fucking surgery, and he got it around the time when his ex-wife was supposed to have twins. Because he's a selfish piece of shit. Fucking hate Crowder, man. Yeah. He wasn't there for the birth of his children as he recovered from getting titanium bars inserted in his chest to look more manly. What a fucking asshole. I hate social media usually, so I'm probably gonna stick mostly to promoting my stuff on Twitter and Facebook and in Discords. I don't blame you. Hillary's his wife. Hillary urged him, ex-wife, Hillary urged him to get the help he needed to address his abuse with the hope that their marriage could be saved and that they could peacefully live together as a family. Instead, Stephen refused to do so and chose not to be with his wife during the birth of their twin children. After the birth, Stephen bought a townhouse and left their home permanently. Hillary was unaware that Stephen had hired a divorce attorney and asked his assistant to cut Hillary off financially. This was a woman who just had twins, or was about to have twins when he did this, and he bought a townhouse, hired a divorce lawyer, and asked, which, like, hiring a divorce lawyer, even when your ex just had twins, it happens. Yeah, divorce happens, and it doesn't happen at opportune times. But getting an elective surgery that you did not need, and then not being there for the birth of your twin children, buying a townhouse without the person that you're married to knowing, and then the person that you're married to who just had fucking twins or was about to have twins and would have been out of work due to that. You ask your assistant to cut them off financially? Because keep in mind, Crowder requesting for this woman to get cut off financially, he wasn't just saying, cut her off. By extension, he was saying, cut my kids off. My newborn children. Not even child, which child would be bad enough. Cutting off your child financially, that already makes you a piece of shit, especially when you're as rich as Crowder. He bought a townhouse. Do you know how difficult it is to buy a house when you've been planning it out for years in the economy that we have currently? And he just dropped money on a townhouse. He is rich, and he cut off both of his children through doing this, most likely. Because he is a piece of shit. He is an unfettered, self-centered, beyond sociopathic piece of shit, dude. Like, who does this? I don't get it. I'm going for cigars again! 2. Crowder has fucking heart issues, and he smokes cigars. Why are you smoking cigars when you have a congenital heart issue? What is wrong with you? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. And then we have a Candace Owens video down here. I didn't intend for this to be like a segment, but I'm gonna have to cut this into a segment because, like, holy shit. But yeah, here we go.
So yeah, it's overall a positive thing, and honestly, I probably needed
This is a Candace Owens video, mind you.
to go through life with full blood flow. To me, I'm looking forward to it, not looking forward to the pain. Lance Armstrong, by the way, with the 3 ball. I don't know what it's like to go through life with full blood flow. To me, I'm looking forward to it, not looking forward to the pain. Lance Armstrong, by the way, with the 3 balls, not the 1. So yeah, it's overall a positive thing, and honestly, I've probably needed a little bit of rest.
And that's him. Basically, that was him selling the surgery that he got. Again, elective surgery, gender-affirming care, quite literally, to make him look more manly by puffing out his chest with these titanium bars because he had a sunken chest. That's him pitching the surgery to, like, his conservative audience as, like, something to help him with proper blood flow. Which, you know, would be something that I would get, and even if it wasn't an emergency surgery, I can get that, hold up. What am I doing? Sorry about that. Yeah, no, but, like, I can get it if it, like, even if it wasn't an emergency surgery, even if it was, like, just happened to be scheduled around the time when his wife was supposed to have twins, I'm sympathetic, you know? Like, I can get having bad blood flow and that affecting you, and also your ability to parent, because especially if you just had 2 kids, or you're about to be a parent to 2 kids, 2 newborns at that, I can get your heart issues standing in the way of that, because, like, it's a disability. Having heart issues like that is a disability. But he was lying here, and to keep it moving.
It comes in the form of having my chest cracked open.
Obviously, he had the surgery and...
Okay. Now that we've properly inoculated ourselves against Candace Owens, let's get back into it.
And then his lung collapsed, and here is us praying for him, praying that he actually gets better.
Before we leave...
And I've seen this whole prayer thing. This is literally just a segment of everyone, like, low-key fucking insulting Steven Crowder. It's actually very funny.
I just have to, this one off the subject for a minute. Our pal, Steve Crowder, who makes the best ashtrays in the country,
Truly.
is in the hospital fighting for his life, and he's really come close. He's come close to the dark edge of things. And I just want to say that crazy as he...
So we have, like, Andrew Clavin here. Fucking Walter. Put the gun down, Walter. But we have Andrew Clavin here, who's, like, the nicest person out of everyone here speaking right now.
He is. We love him.
Who's going to be the nicest to Crowder.
You know, we hope he makes it back.
You're a better man than I am.
Well, that's true.
I was actually just looking forward to the show being over so that I could text him and say, you know, hope you don't make it, pal.
You know, actually, this is a real story. Last night I had to go for a drive because it's a long story, but I had to burn down gas to take my car into the shop. And so I was going to smoke a cigar, and, you know, I was going to say my nightly prayers. I thought, oh, you know, I should probably pray for Crowder, you know, because he's in this. I thought, oh, well, you know what's great? I'm going to light up one of the cigars that Crowder sent me.
Yeah.
And Crowder, this guy who's a complete maniac, he sent me these beautiful cigars. And I was like, oh, pal, I'm going to send you some cigars right away from my humidor. Haven't sent him a single thing, you know, but that guy, he...
Literally, and, like, here's the thing about it, too, about this. There's, like, being playfully mean with your friends. Yeah, I'm that. I do that all the time. I'm playfully mean with my friends. My friends are playfully mean with me. This doesn't come off as playfully mean. This comes off as them, like, low-key just fucking hating this guy, but having to act like they fucking like him. So it's just, like, this entire thing is just tales of people not going, like, oh yeah, Crowder's a good guy, you know, he's really nice. Like, the nicest thing that's been said about Crowder here is he picked out some really good cigars for a piece of shit. And, You know, I told him I was gonna send him some cigars. I haven't yet. Like, that's the nicest thing that's been said about Crowder so far, and it is the nicest thing that's gonna be said here.
You know, really a generous fellow, and doesn't get enough credit.
I actually did text him and say that we were praying for him at great risk to our souls.
That's fucking horrible. Like,
And if he dies, I personally will kill him. Right?
And yet, according to his wife, this was an elective surgery, really a cosmetic surgery, because Stephen didn't like the way that his chest looked because he had a sunken chest. And it was not something that was actually required to save his life. And yet we see that same pattern of behavior. Stephen garnering a ton of affection and prayers from his followers purporting to be the victim, when in fact the facts don't line up with his.
which is wild that I have to agree with Candace Owens on this one. But yeah, again, like, it is one thing to be playfully rude to your friends. This didn't even seem like playful rudeness. They were just, like, trying to insult him in the nicest way possible. Like, they clearly did not really like him. The only person who seemed to actually kind of have a positive opinion of him there was Clavin. Shapiro didn't even fucking say anything there. Neither did Owens in that little segment. And keep in mind, this is the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire and the Daily Wire cast do not like Crowder at all. Especially after that deal fell through. They don't like that man at all. At all. And now they're sitting here having to, like, basically disavow him due to what his wife did, even though they already had their falling out. They're, like, basically having to excise him from the conservative community, I guess, because he's a lying, abusive, self-centered piece of shit. And let me put it like this: the party of family values cannot handle when one of their own does what they always do, which is not be of family values, like Crowder has displayed himself to be. So it is what it is. Crowder is a horrible person. I hope his ex-wife is doing well. I hope his children, who he, it seems, tried to financially cut off, and cutting off his ex-wife, who just had the kids, did. He appears to be controlling, appears to be very abusive, verbally at least. And I mean, it is what it is. If you like this impromptu segment, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, hit the bell icon. I love you all. Follow me in my socials down below. Join the Discord down below so that you know whenever I'm going live. And with that being said, I'll see you all later. Peace. Alright. Yeah, no, I didn't expect to get an extra Crowder segment out today, but you know what? Sometimes a stun lock can turn into a good segment. Oh, dude, this shit. This is like this. What's this? You gotta bridge it.
Can I crush your balls?
Wait, what?
Can I crush your balls? Can I crush your balls? Can I crush your balls?
Is he trying the music's like Zan? I mean, I just kind of like having lo-fi in the background during stream. It works. Just gotta make sure it's not louder than me, which it appears to be. Tell me if y'all can still hear that, of course. But, yeah, no. Like, this is a massive thread from Dream about... I reached out to Quackity again, expressing support and laughing at the fact that we had such similarity as he hadn't replied to my previous message, but didn't reply to that one either. I bumped him, mentioning that a lot of... Should I cover Dream? I can cover Dream. Reply GPT. He ain't reading all that? Wow, I had no idea playing Minecraft was so intense and dramatic. Maybe you should consider submitting your gameplay to reality TV instead. No! Oh! That's rough. That is an L. Good day, champion. Hello, at. Yeah, I should do a dream segment. Let me vote it. Should probably do it that way. Do 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 do. How much money does he make a month off this? Does it show? Subscribe $5 a month? Hell no. I mean, I wouldn't sub in the first place. I don't even fucking follow him. I love you. Dream is in Florida. Elon Musk, God, I love paying you money. It just feels so wrong, but it's alright. Ew. But y'all aren't seeing this. Ew. Ew. Ah, this looks pretty cool. Let me see if I can identify monuments, or at least the cities they're from. St. Louis Arch. It's like Elizabeth Tower, Big Ben, you know. That looks kind of... No, that's CN Tower. That's CN Tower in Toronto. Leaning Tower of Pisa, of course, in Pisa. Eiffel Tower, of course. Space Needle, right there, Seattle. We have, I believe that might be the Burj Khalifa, Dubai. Empire State Building, of course, New York. Pretty sure this building is in London. I don't know its name, though. Over there, we have the Shard in London. This is actually pretty cool. The Arc de Triomphe. Also in Paris, we have the Easter Island heads on Easter Island, of course. We have Christ the Redeemer, Rio de Janeiro. We got a Brazil reference. We have any more? Oh shit, yeah, we do. Again, Leaning Tower of Pisa. Right here we have the Brandenburg Gate, which is in Berlin. Don't know what that is. Looks pretty cool. Yes? How many yeses do we have? 2 votes. Come on, people. Use your rights. Vote. Vote, people. You need to vote. Vote next time I put up a poll. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Has Quackity said anything? Nah. He literally doesn't give a fuck! What a fucking champ, dude. He literally does not care. Alt Quackity 4K. It's basically posted nothing here for the past couple of months. I'm going to block everyone who isn't verified. Okay. Looks like Quackity's democracy! Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy! Voom, 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 voom. Voom. Voom, 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 voom. I fucking love Star Wars, dude. Listen, I am a Star Wars nerd. I fucking love Star Wars so much. What got me into Star Wars? Because I watched a couple of the shits as a kid, and I watched Clone Wars. It was between 8th and 9th grade, like right before I started high school. I decided to binge watch all of the Star Wars movies, starting from episode 1 up until episode... Shit. Rise of Skywalker came out in the middle of my freshman year, I think, December 2019. So that means, yeah, I binged all the way up to episode 8. And then I saw episode 9 in theaters with my grandfather, because you seem like you're out of ADHD meds. I've never been on ADHD meds. But I should. I'm diagnosed. I've just never been on the meds. I take caffeine pills, though. Those kind of work. Then I'll start the dream segment soon. But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Then I went to go see episode 9 with my grandfather, my uncle, and my older sister in theaters. Because my older sister isn't a Star Wars fan, but my grandfather and my uncle fucking love Star Wars. My grandfather has, like, some of the original Star Wars movies on VHS. He fucking loves Star Wars. So we went to go see the movie in theaters, and it was really fun. I hated Star Wars as a child until one of my friends played the movies at his house, and I loved it since. Yeah. I feel like Star Wars is a series that, like, before... I think it's just, like, the conception of it. Before a lot of people get into Star Wars, I feel like... And this is entirely, like, a personal judgment, but I think it's one of those things that people look at and they go, like, oh, it's popular, but, like, I don't know why. Like, it's really popular, but I don't know why. And then, like, you get into it. And then it's like, I know why. It's really good. My favorite episode is episode 3, by the way. Being 100% honest. Like, I get it. It's a prequel. I don't give a fuck. I think episode 3 is... I'm not going to say it's the best Star Wars episode. I think the most sound, structurally Star Wars episode is episode 5. You know, fucking Empire Strikes Back, obviously. That's the most sound Star Wars episode. It's probably the best Star Wars episode in terms of narrative and movie and, like, just how it is as a film. But when it comes to my personal favorite, I'm an episode 3 fan. In the 70s, probably not best now, but yeah. I think Fela Kuti had a pun such as crazy demonstration of crazy, since the African countries he was in were big sus. Oh yeah. Empire Strikes Back is king. Yeah, I can respect Empire Strikes Back. Episode 3, you Zoomers have no taste. Fuck you. Episode 3 is a phenomenal... Listen. Narratively... Wait, what do you mean episode 2 of the prequels wasn't good? Episode 1 fucking sucked. Episode 1 is ass. Episode 2 is decent. Episode 3 is phenomenal. Episode 2 is... My only issue with episode 2 is that episode 2 is fucking forgettable. Like, Attack of the Clones is like... The most memorable thing out of that is, like, Obi-Wan going to Kamino, and then, like, the final fight against... How the fuck am I forgetting his name? He's, like, one of my favorite characters. Curvy lightsaber dude. Because I keep wanting to say Darth Tyrannus. Count Dooku. Darth Tyrannus is his Sith name. But, like, the final fight against Count Dooku was sick as fuck. But... And then, like, you get to episode 3. Episode 3 is my favorite. The CG in episode 2 is horrendous, and the plot makes zero sense. It's Star Wars. The plot never makes any fucking sense. Episode 2 was trash. It was a love story with two people with negative chemistry. Fair. But episode 1 had Jar Jar Binks. And I know people hate on Jar Jar Binks, and it's like, oh... You know, he wasn't that bad. Episode 1 was shit. The only reason why, like, I can stomach episode 1 is because of, like, the political intrigue and drama that goes on in episode 1, and that's because I'm fucking lame, and I like political intrigue and drama in my fucking media. Because I am a politically brained dumbass. That is the only redeemable quality of episode 1. That, and also Naboo is very fucking pretty. Outside of that, there is nothing redeemable about episode 1. I cannot watch episode 1 due to Jar Jar Binks. Quite literally. Like, whenever he pops up on screen, I want to fucking, like, vacate my skull with, like, my bare hands. I want to just shove my fucking fist in there and fucking pull out a chunk of my brain. I want to lobotomize myself with my fucking pinky finger. Like, I want to do it with my thumb. Like that one fucking chef from Ratatouille. I completely misspelled Ratatouille, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck the French. Yeah, dude. I wanna hit myself like this guy. Fucking chef named Finger. He does kind of look like Mike Ehrmantraut. Linguini. Episode 1 was the Jar Jar Binks movie. Yeah. Like, because episode 2 and episode 3 have Jar Jar Binks in it, but episode 2 and episode 3 had a lot less Jar Jar Binks in it than episode 1, when he was, like, way in there. And even then, Jar Jar was still kind of annoying after episode 1. Like, in episode 3, Jar Jar is the one on behalf of Naboo to, like, help usher in a vote to get Palpatine made fucking... basically fucking basically fucking space Hitler. So, like, you know, Star Trek and Star Wars are two extremely different universes. I don't think they should be compared. No, they shouldn't be compared at all. The only similarity between Star Wars and Star Trek is space, and they both have star in the name. Star Wars and Star Trek are entirely different series outside of that. I think the closest sci-fi series you could probably compare Star Trek to is, like, Doctor Who. And even then, don't compare Star Trek to Doctor Who. They are a very different series. Jar Jar in the cum jar, but it's napalm, and it makes napalm into a nuke. True. Although I will say, I've not watched a lot of the new Star Wars shows. Like, I remember I was really excited for Obi-Wan to come out, and, I never ended up watching it. I watched, like, half of the first episode, and I was like, oh shit, this is cool. And then I never finished it. I vaguely watched season 1 of The Mandalorian. I never really got through it. And I've not really touched anything else since. I've been, like, Star Wars'd out since episode 9 came out. But I'm really into the fucking lore, though. Misa Jar Jar Binks. Misa. Fuck, I can't do a Jar Jar Binks. Our Hannah means family. Yeah. Okay. Let's cover Dream. I love being able to stream and be loud and be myself. It's so fun. Instead of having to be nice and quiet because I have other family in the house. When I was a dumb kid, I thought Star Trek was a ripoff of Star Wars because dumb in chronology is a lie. Yeah. That's especially weird, you know, considering the fact that Star Trek has existed long before Star Wars. Star Trek started in the 60s, Star Wars started in the late 70s. Like, my grandmother watched Star Trek when she was a kid. My grandmother watched Star Trek when she was a kid, so... But yeah. Okay. Dream. Tubbo. Sap Nap. Quackity. Tommy Innit. Wilbur Suit. George Not Found. Minecraft YouTubers and Minecraft YouTube. Yeah. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Minecraft YouTube is not a section of YouTube that I often interact with. When the Dream SMP was still live and going, I was not really into it. But before it happened, I was a watcher of Quackity. I participated in one of the Animal Jam raids when it happened. It was very fun. It was very nice. And due to that, I feel like I should cover the situation of Dream's very interesting I want to say, almost melt down over Quackity. So, looking at the situation on the outset, basically Quackity is trying to do some new Minecraft stuff since Dream SMP ended. And the idea that he had was very similar to the idea that Dream had, or at least Dream's idea for what he could do new with Minecraft ended up being very similar to Quackity's idea, which apparently caused some friction, or at least some perceived friction. Also, y'all make sure to tell me if the music is louder than me. And in response, Quackity, like a Chad, has not said anything, but Dream did all of this. We got a little Guilty Gear Bridget down here. So I'm gonna read through this and I'm gonna give my raw takes on this. I've not read the thread yet. I just know the general situation. So yeah, let's get into it. This post is gonna get a tiny bit personal, so if you're not in the mood to be a little upset, probably not best to read it, though it's community drama right now. When me and my friends started working on the United SMP, the QSMP, the Quackity SMP, had not yet been announced at all, and Quackity had kept things very close to his chest with what he was working on. We were all probably thinking the same general thing: we need another Minecraft server to play on. The idea was just to have a server to hop on Minecraft and play survival Minecraft again. And after Squid Game, we all agreed that it would be awesome to have it be creators from around the world. So I instantly started working on the translation mod, and I was really excited to storyboard ideas for the SMP. Calling with lots of creators about it, expressing excitement and brainstorming, and getting really excited to play Minecraft again. After the QSMP was announced, I was surprised and reached out to Quackity, expressing support for the project and letting him know I was working on something to bring creators from around the world together too, and that we should chat about it. His SMP announcement didn't mention any translation stuff and was English and Spanish based, so I still was thinking that conceptually they were different enough to coexist, and was hoping to share the mod with Quackity if he was interested in using it. Quackity didn't reply to me at the time, and obviously I assumed it was due to being overwhelmed and busy with the QSMP and all of the messages he was probably getting. I reached out to multiple members of the QSMP that I'm close with after Quackity didn't reply to me, and got varying reassurances from them that the QSMP was a passion project to bring Quackity's two biggest communities of English and Spanish together, and that the servers were completely different and hardly any creator overlap or idea overlap based on what I was planning. I'm not even done with the first tweet. Okay. So to TLDR, that first, but yeah, like Crispy Chris said, mucho texto. To basically TLDR that Dream, after the end of the Dream SMP, was wanting to make a server, I guess, to incorporate people from across the world. Good idea, and Quackity, who is bilingual, speaks English and Spanish, was planning on doing something similar to that, but was keeping the plans close to his chest, and apparently Quackity hasn't been responding to Dream's DMs, which, like, okay. So Dream reached out to other people, which is, I mean, I guess it makes sense. And now we have this glorious thread telling us about this situation. So let's hop back into it. Those creators even all expressed strong interest in playing for both, and excitement in all communities coming together, and how I expressed interest in sharing the mod with Quackity to them, and how I would be giving it to the public for free, and asked for advice on how I should approach him without him feeling like I was trying to butt my way into his project or something. Okay. After talking with them, though, it really encouraged me to continue working on the idea, with the idea that it wouldn't be really a me thing, and that there would be 6 other owners, and it could be a big community project with open source translation mod to bridge the community together. Okay, I figured this point he probably wouldn't be interested, though, and and thought that was fair enough, obviously, with his new SMP. Then I uploaded my translation mod video, which was planned as an April Fool's joke, and posted a simple little promotional graphic. The next day, Quackity announced a translation mod for the QSMP with the same functionality and obviously with the same general idea of bridging the language gap even more by literally live translating. Okay. Again, just a live translation mod, similar ideas. And he's written multiple paragraphs on this. We're gonna keep chugging through it so that I can give my ideas at the end. Okay. I reached out to Quackity again, expressing support and laughing at the fact that we had such similar ideas. He hadn't replied to my previous message and didn't reply to that one either. I bumped him, mentioning that a lot of vitriol was building between our fan bases because of this, and suggested that we talk about it and work out what we do so we can avoid everyone being at each other's throats. All the hatred and infighting of communities can be avoided with creators communicating and setting boundaries and so on. After days went by, I bumped again going over the timeline of everything because I had thought the idea that maybe he was frustrated with me and thought that I had stolen his idea or something. Still no response, so I reached out to other friends of ours who were having the same communication struggles, so I figured it wasn't a me thing. I bumped him again a week or so later, expressing my love for him, and that an SMP wasn't worth hurting our friendship over, and that I had no intention of competing with him or trying to copy any of his ideas. To at least talk to me, man. I don't want to have any problems between us. I love you, and I tried avoiding anything like this from happening. I don't know what's the best resolution is, but it's definitely not silence between us. So what's happening here is that they had very similar ideas. Quackity's doing his own shit, and now Dream is just constantly fucking like DMing him just like, hey dude, what's going on, dude? How you doing, dude? We have very similar ideas, dude. Do you maybe want to work together? Potentially, it's cool if not. Hey, do you want to maybe use my mod? It's cool if not. Hey dude, how are you doing? Oh my god, our communities are fighting with each other, dude. Like, hey, like, let's not hurt our friendship over you not responding. Meanwhile, Quackity's just sitting back somewhere, probably enjoying his life. Just, this is like the flirting versus harassment meme, is what this feels like. It feels like Quackity's just sitting here doing his own thing. Meanwhile, Dream keeps blowing up his fucking DMs over this shit. For some reason, it genuinely feels like flirting versus harassment in this situation, like that meme. Because keep in mind, this is multiple responded to DMs, which after a while, if no one is responding to your DM, stop DMing them. Just a thought. That's a general rule. If no one is like responding to your DM, stop DMing them. Especially if you're sending multiple and they aren't responding, which again, this literally highlights here that other people were having the same communication struggles getting through to Quackity. So maybe it's not a you thing, Dream. Maybe it's just Quackity isn't responding to a lot of people right now. That's an idea. Still no responses, and at that point I was very stressed and concerned about it. So members of the QSMP and non-members that were friends of mine attempted to reach out to get clarity or figure out what was going on. Dream literally through his actions got multiple people to start DMing Quackity, basically like, hey dude, what's going on with you and Dream? I'm sorry, if I was Quackity in this situation, I would now be thoroughly very fucking annoyed. From what I gathered, there were no responses, and it was strongly alluded from Q that you wouldn't be allowed to play on both servers if you were part of the QSMP. Source. And the source cited is the author's ass. Which totally makes sense for Quackity, as there's not many creators on the QSMP, and if it takes a lot of time to make all the mods and updates for content, you want it to be as active as possible. I was still incredibly confused, and I continued to reach out and even put my project on hold to try to figure out what was going on behind the scenes. and extend love and support to Quackity, to everything he has done, as only a couple of weeks before this we were still joking and talking in calls, playing in events together, texting and chatting, etc, etc, etc. And we are all still really good friends, and that this is, and my assumption would be that we are all still really good friends, and that this is just a big misunderstanding with a lot of lack of communication between Quackity and all of us. That being said, I've seen communities split against each other and tons of hate built around the speculations of people's motives and friendships and so on. I personally have experienced an elevated level of real-life threats and stalkers, and even had to put police involved in somebody showing up to my house. That's bad. Don't show up to people's houses, you assholes. I never like to air out anything that feels private, but I feel like in this case it's important for my fan base to be aware of my intentions, motives, thought processes, and how we've gotten here. I've always been a creator that's open with my fan base about everything going on in my life, and a massive thing right now for my friends and family. For my friends and me, and is something an outsider might not really understand. What's going on, clarity is important. Like I said, it's not really worth all the drama. I want to play Minecraft with friends again, and I can't wait to start doing it again soon. The United SMP concept will be changed so that it's again different enough from QSMP to not compete with it, and to keep the main goal of uniting creators from around the world to simply play vanilla Minecraft. So the original 10 creators from each language, these languages, etc. is going to be changing to a different structural format due to QSMP announcement, as I really don't want them to be conceptually similar. My intention was never to try and compete with another SMP, cause any friendship problems, etc, etc, etc. It was to have a cool, it was to have a fun, it was just to have fun and put out cool, unique content. Just remember, this is about uniting the world communities. I love everything that Quackity's done, and I really believe this is a huge miscommunication. I will continue to say that I have the utmost respect for Quackity as a creative mind, a hard worker, and a person, and I don't want to put anyone down. My hope is that Quackity sees this and knows that no one's ever meant any ill will. We love him, and that his friends are trying to reach out to him, and that we're proud of everything he's done. Okay. Mucho texto. Okay. Let me take a sip of water to re-lubricate my pipes, because holy Christ, that was a lot. And let me go into my thoughts on this. So, from reading that, I have two things to say. This doesn't seem as bad as I feel like a lot of people are putting it out to be. I will say, mucho texto. Dream did not have to say that much. But the sentiment is generally nice. Like, hey, I didn't realize that Quackity and I were making such a similar idea. Which, like, when it comes down to it, that happens, especially with an idea like this. Because, like, Dream is one of the biggest creators on YouTube, and for him to both promote international creators in this kind of SMP is a good thing. And also for Quackity to do multilingual stuff also makes sense. He's bilingual. Of course, he would want to... I mean, it makes sense that he would want to have a bilingual Minecraft server. So, all in all, it's not entirely shocking that they would both be working on similar ideas like this at the same time, thereabouts. So that actually does make a lot of sense. And also, like, the worry about Quackity's communication, I guess, also makes quite a bit of sense. When you have someone that you were interacting with, very friendly with, before, and then he suddenly ceases all communications, or like he isn't really responding all that much, or like even the people that he interacts with often outside of you aren't getting many responses from him, it also makes sense why you would be concerned about that. My only issue here is that, like, what Dream could have done, instead of, because it feels like he could be airing some personal stuff going on with Quackity, because, like, ceasing communications with people that you interact with often is not something that really happens in the best of circumstances. And I feel like him saying that is a little... It could key into, like, giving up some information, or at least hinting at something that, like, he probably doesn't know of himself since he hasn't been communicating with Quackity. But it does kind of feel like it is something that, you know, could be happening with Quackity that he might be going through, that he may not want to talk about, and airing, like, this kind of, I guess, like, larger thing that could indicate that isn't the best thing, and I'd say that's a bit of a mistake, but I don't think that was done maliciously. But I think, you know, if I was Dream personally, the way I would have went about this is like, hey, Quackity is a friend, love him very much, I haven't talked to him recently, and that's all he had to say. Like, I haven't talked to him recently, and we came up with very similar ideas. He's not copying off of me, I'm not copying off of him. This is probably what both of our thought processes were. Everyone calm the fuck down, stop stalking people, stop being weird about it, stop being harassy, just calm down, yeah? I'm going to be changing up my content structure on this a little bit, because I know how much this means to Quackity. As someone who is multilingual, well, I'm not multilingual, I don't think Dream is multilingual. I just wanted to promote some international creators. I'm talking like I'm Dream here. But, like, I just wanted to support some international creators. Quackity wanted to unify, you know, his two worlds, both his English world and his Spanish-speaking world, and I respect that. So I'm going to be switching up my content to, you know, kind of give him a bit more space. This isn't something that I was forced to do. This was something that I felt would be right by it. Do not harass Quackity. If I see you harassing Quackity or anyone in his community or anyone playing on his SMP, you're not in my community, etc. That's all that really had to be said. He could have done that in one of these long Twitter blue tweets. He could have done it in like one of these in much more concise words instead of across three. But I mean, all in all, I'm gonna have to say, like, Dream's sentiment here, I don't disagree with it. I think this is a positive sentiment to have. I don't think this is like a negative thing to say. I get why he did this. I just wish he would have done it in like a shorter way. I do hope Quackity's well. We did kind of check on his tweets. He hasn't tweeted in quite a bit, but it doesn't seem like he was much of a tweeter beforehand, as we can see here. This is his QSMP announcement right here with live translation, which is actually really cool. A live translation mod for Minecraft is unironically really cool, and especially if it's going to be over multiple languages, like Portuguese speaking community, of course Spanish speakers, English speakers, so that's at least 3 languages. And depending on how the live translation goes, I don't know if it's going to be live voice translation. If it's live voice translation, then that is amazing technology. If it's live text translation, then that's still pretty cool. But I mean, I'm just going to have to say, the closest thing you could get to a drama here is like Quackity revealing some stuff that, not Quackity, Dream revealing some stuff unintentionally about Quackity that like probably isn't the best. I don't think he should have talked about Quackity kind of pulling back from DMing other people all that much, because that could key into someone. I do know that whenever I get like really stressed, I kind of pull away from my DMs a lot. So I hope Quackity's okay. And yeah, so I don't really see much of a drama here. And honestly, when it comes down to it, Dream, I'm gonna give him my pillow stamp of approval here. Could he have done some things better there? Yeah, but at the same time, he probably didn't, you know, really take some of the stuff that I just said into consideration. Seems like this is a pretty clean thing going on here. With that being said, if you liked this little segment and you want me to cover more things like this, make sure to comment down below what you want me to cover. Hit the like button, subscribe, join the Discord down below so that you know whenever I go live and you can join this beautiful chat. right here, this beautiful chat box that you can all see. And I'll see y'all in the next video. Peace. Gotta hit the stop record button. Bye. Yeah, no, I expected that to be a lot worse than it turned out to be, but that was actually pretty, that was pretty innocuous, if I'm being honest. There's not really much going on there. We are an hour into stream, and I've already done 2 segments that I did not intend on doing. Fort Bragg soldier Noah Edwin... Hold up. Fort Bragg soldier Noah Edwin Anthony is a white supremacist that had a plot to remove minorities. He was caught by military police carrying a 3D printed ghost gun onto military property. Hold up. I got something. Hold up. I got it. I got it. I completely misspelled meme. Okay, can we scroll a bit? No, that's not what I wanted. It's literally this. Why is it the greatest champions of the white race always turn out to be the worst examples of it? You. What? 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 Where the fuck is your chin? It's literally this. It's literally that. Remember, the FBI knows that the military and the police have been largely infiltrated by white supremacists. Also, I believe Fort Bragg is in my state. Fort Bragg is in Fayetteville, I think? Is it in Fayetteville? Is it in Vietnam? Yeah, it's in Vietnam. Woo, Vietnam. Near, 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 near. But yeah, I'm glad Bozo's plot got thwarted. Soldier with racist plot pleads guilty in ghost gun case. Feds say he could face up to 10 years in prison. Up to 10 years is wild. I'm sorry, if you get caught and you have like a plot, if you have like an actual laid out plot to kill people like that, and you've already gotten a ghost gun and you're like ready to kill people, only getting up to 10 years is a little wild. I think there should be a clause in the books of like, hey, if you were planning to do like a really heinous crime and you get caught beforehand, it shouldn't be like up to 10 years. You should be in prison for quite a long time. Because this guy can get out of prison immediately and just go back and do it. Wait, hold up. To Legal, I have apologized privately. I would like to do so now publicly. I'm sorry for making editing style claims that were inaccurate. I jumped the gun, fought hastily, and should have messaged you privately to hash things out. I'm sorry. I want to reach out and apologize for my tweet yesterday. I was quick to protect my editors when they brought this info to me and I overreacted. I've deleted the tweets. Understood. Thanks for the apology and thanks for deleting. Period. Listen, that's what happens when you get your ass beaten, the quote retweets. That's what happens. Yeah. I know, like, not a lot about the Illuminati crap. Not a huge fan of charging people to future crime. I'm sorry. This guy was caught with a ghost gun and with an active plot to murder a bunch of minorities. Wait, I'm pretty sure that is a crime. That's conspiracy. Conspiracy is a crime. I think we can expand the definition of conspiracy to include that kind of shit. Because I'm pretty sure that would largely fall under conspiracy as an idea. Like, as a criminal idea, that would fall under that. And yeah, I do think that we should be able... Like, if it is very clear that you were about to commit a crime of that kind, you should be able to be charged preemptively to keep you away from society. Because, like, these aren't people fucking, like, conspiracy to commit... Actually, no, conspiracy to commit tax fraud is a crime that can put you in prison for a long fucking time. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. If you are conspiring to murder a bunch of people, you should be able to be put in prison. The state should be able to put you in prison to stop you from killing a bunch of people once you get out. Like, oh, well, you know, it's a ghost gun charge, so he'll be in prison for 5 years. And then he immediately gets out of prison, and then he's just like... Okay, got a 3D print another gun. Like, no! Put that fucker in prison for a while. No. Listen, I'm generally a proponent of rehabilitation, but, like, putting someone in prison for 5 years isn't gonna do shit when they were planning on committing a mass murder. It takes a longer time to rehabilitate those people. And in our current system, what the fuck is gonna happen is that guy's gonna immediately get out. He's gonna 3D print another gun or get one illegally, and then he's going to fucking do a mass shooting. Conspiracy falls in the same area as attempted crimes? Yeah. As it should. Like, if you're plotting something ahead of time, you should be able to be charged with that plot. Same thing with, like, murder. I think if you got thwarted in your plot to murder someone, and it is very clear that you were planning on doing it and were actually about to carry it out, and you get stopped before it happens, you should be able to be charged with that and go to prison for plotting that out. Yeah, just because you didn't commit a first-degree murder doesn't mean that you shouldn't be charged with conspiracy to commit a first-degree murder before you did it. Conspiracy still requires actual action. He had a ghost gun. He was about to do it. He had the weapon. He had the weapon and he had the fucking plot. He was about to do it. He was literally about to do it. Do I need to go back to it? He was right about to do it. I will literally go to the article. Fort Bragg soldier had plot to remove minorities, pleads guilty in ghost gun case, feds say. A Fort Bragg soldier found with white supremacist literature and paraphernalia pleaded guilty this week to having an unregistered ghost gun, federal prosecutors say. Military police arrested Noah Edwin Anthony, 23, on March 3rd, 2022, court documents show. Officers searched Anthony's car, and he was going through a gate to enter Fort Bragg and found a loaded handgun. Also, smartest white supremacist. Why the fuck? Why are you trying to drive into a military installation with an unregistered 3D printed firearm on you? Like, you are not immediately gonna be fucking caught by, security corps. This handgun was later identified as a Glock-like 9mm privately made handgun, commonly called a ghost gun with no serial number, federal prosecutors say. Police also found ammunition, 2 extended magazines, Nazi-type patches, and an American flag with a swastika. Federal prosecutors said Anthony had evidence of a preliminary self-titled operation found on his electronic devices with a goal to physically remove as many of black and brown people from Hoke, Cumberland, Robeson, and Scotland counties by whatever means. He was about to go through on it. He had the gun, He had his shit plotted out. Do you want to wait for him to actually shoot people to take action? I'm not saying... Didn't say he shouldn't be arrested or charged, was reacting to what you said in terms of he should be jailed for longer than statute allow for. Yes! Charging him on federal gun violations crimes that could only net him prison time for only around 10 years is not long enough. This man has murderous intent, plotted to murder a bunch of people, was clearly about to go through with it. This man is a threat to society. He was so ready. He was genocidal as fuck. Yeah, like Lucky Otter says, genocidal fuck. He was ready to carry this shit out. He was right there. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to wait for him to shoot a fucking black person before we go, okay, now it's a hate crime? No! You want to stop that shit preemptively. I'm not saying sit around and fucking Minority Report the guy and have a fucking algorithm going through and like fucking deciding if he's gonna do it or not and then preemptively getting him before he even fucking prints the gun. He had printed the gun, he had written the literature, he had a plan. It listed how many counties? 4 fucking counties about where he was planning to do this shit. He was so ready to do this. Yeah, he should be in prison for longer than 10 years. He was actively planning. He was close to carrying out mass tragedy. And I guarantee you, going to prison is not going to stop him from doing this shit. Come on now. No victim, no crime is sovereign citizen speak, intention matters. Yeah. Like that's what matters. He was planning to carry out this shit. Yeah, if someone plans to shoot up a fucking school and there's evidence that they were about to carry it out, like they had already printed off a fucking gun, and they get arrested on that, I don't think they should only be charged on gun crimes. They should be charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Because they were about to do it. Like, obviously. I don't think that is an unreasonable standard to have. And like, I am a believer in rehabilitative justice. And I think part of that is also the ability to go, okay, some people need to be separated from society for an extended period of time so that they can get their shit right. And I think conspiracy to commit a mass shooting is one of those situations where people should be separated from society and prevented from doing things to harm other people. Would intention the other direction also serve to nullify the sentence? Intention in the other direction? Do you mean like if someone killed someone and they didn't mean to kill them? Yeah. If you kill someone and you didn't mean to kill someone, you get a lesser sentence 9 times out of 10. That's why there are different degrees of murder. Like first degree, you planned it out and were willing to do it. You have second degree, which is typically manslaughter, which can be either, I'm forgetting the exact term, but it's like something heart manslaughter, where basically you were doing something and you didn't intend to kill anyone, but you didn't care about the effects that it might have on someone. And then you have manslaughter, which is just accidental. And then you just have like accidental death, which is where it wasn't intentional and like nothing could have been done to stop it. It was basically like a freak accident. But yeah, like there are like your intention and how and why you committed a crime does affect your sentence, especially when it comes to something like murder. There are different levels of it. That's also why like a drunk driver will get a manslaughter charge, whereas if you're like an operator of a fair ride and something goes horribly wrong and like someone dies on the fair ride, even though you hit the button, you probably aren't going to get charged for that person's death unless you were like negligent and your negligence caused it. But if you just like hit the button and the fucking ride falls off of the spokes, you aren't going to be charged with that because that isn't your fault, even though you hitting the button technically did lead to someone's death. Depraved Heart. Thank you, Dark Canuck. A sovereign citizen would still claim it wasn't a crime if he didn't carry it out because there's no victim left. Incredible. Yeah. Investigators sent the rifle to the ATF firearms laboratory, which confirmed that it was a short-barreled rifle less than 16 inches in violation of the National Firearms Act. Anthony pleaded guilty to possessing a firearm not registered in the National Firearms Registration and transfer record and can face up to 10 years in prison. His sentence is set for 25th July at the federal courthouse in Wilmington. The Pentagon has for years said it was working to rid out white supremacists and other extremists from the military. A 2020 report from the Department of Defense said extremist groups were trying to recruit members of the military or have members join the armed forces to get combat experience, according to the Associated Press. Military members are highly prized by these groups, and they bring legitimacy to their cause and enhance their ability to carry out attacks, the report said, according to the AP. In addition to potential violence, white supremacy and white nationalism pose a threat to good order and discipline within the military. In late 2021, the Pentagon issued new rules prohibiting service members from being involved in extremist activities and groups. Like, that's gonna stop them. Mens rea does matter. That's not what I'm saying deeper than I can articulate here, but you can type it out longer if you need. But, like, again, fucking, I want this person to go to prison for much longer. No, I don't want this person. This person needs to go to prison for a very long time for what they were going to do. Because up to 10 years isn't gonna fucking cut it. Especially since they took a plea deal. They're gonna be out of prison soon enough. What the Okay. Regardless, that was something. That person should be going away for a very long time, hopefully. Happened in my state too, which sucks. But I'm glad they were not able to harm anyone. And yeah, so if you like this video, hit that like, subscribe button, bell icon, you know what it is. Join the Discord down below. Follow me on Twitter, links in the description. Again, love y'all. I'll see y'all in the next video. Peace. That would be a good thing to turn into a segment. That is a good way to get my views out there on that topic. Also, this is T. T is a cool person. She's sweet. I seriously need to clarify, I'm joking. I don't actually want to date a Nazi. Let me be silly and laugh at dumb silly joke. It isn't deep or serious. You don't have to get it, it's fine. This is why I can't be my dark humor self, yeah. T follows me. T is chill. Like, T is one of the nicest people I know on the political internet. Trust me, she's chill. You don't have to worry about her. Prison is punishment in the States, not rehabilitation or deprogramming. That is true. And I don't believe that people should be punished in prison. But at the same time, it's one of those things of like, I would rather someone who was about to commit a mass shooting go to prison just to be separated from society at large, even if the current prison system of the US is very inhumane. Because, like, at the end of the day, if you are willing to take the lives of other people, you cannot be walking around. That was something else I wanted to cover. Yay! I'm glad this popped up on my timeline. But, what was I gonna say? Okay, I'm gonna cover this, and then I'm gonna get into, like, the other 3 segments we were, actually supposed to do, which I've completely missed out on. There are so many psychotic right-wingers who could at any moment decide to attack members of a marginalized group they know where marginalized people tend to congregate. We should definitely be vigilant and make sure all marginalized people are protected and safe, worst case scenario. Yeah. Like, we shouldn't be sitting around and waiting for these people to commit crimes. Once investigation bureaus have, like, a decent enough idea that someone might carry out a mass shooting, and they have, like, decent enough evidence to hit them on it, like, if the FBI... Because, again, that's one of the things that you often see with, like, people who do school shootings and shit. It's like, the person was known to be FBI. It's like, why did you not move on that? if you know someone is weird and is gathering guns and might be about to commit a mass tragedy, move on that, arrest them, get the evidence, charge them with conspiracy, and put them in prison to make sure that they can't do that. And again, that isn't like Minority Report shit. Like, don't arrest someone with no evidence just because you have a hunch. But like, if you're investigating someone and they're clearly about to do some shit, get them before they do it. Plan in prison should be separation and rehabilitation. We also don't seem to care about the reintegration step. We should be able to, we should start trying to reintegrate people as well. Yeah. Like the guy spraying homeless people with bear spray and SF. Disgusting. Yeah. Anyways, I do want to cover this via the Darwin situation. If y'all have seen this. Which is very interesting. Does the FBI actually care about mass shootings? No, of course they fucking don't. The fucking FBI. Oh, also, recently I hit 1,000 followers on Twitter, which is very fun. And I would like to thank all of you who are following me for helping me hit 1,000 followers. And keep your contingency plans on the low as much as possible as you network with people you trust. Don't let right-wingers know how you're planning to protect yourself. Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna be 100% honest. My contingency plan, if shit goes worse for worse, is not to like stay in where I am and fucking fight. Fuck that shit, dude. I'm hightailing my ass to some secure fucking location. I'm not staying here. I enjoy having my brain intact, and I would prefer not to sit around and fight because I'm not a fucking warrior. Ew, stinky bird up. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a poll. I think I'm gonna do a poll. Can I add? I can't tell you. Probably not going to be Canada, though. I'm going to stay in the US. Just, like, somewhere safer in the US if shit goes to shit. Because, like, a lot of people don't realize there are a lot of places in the US where I would be safe from a reprisal. And then the other one I wanted to cover was what? Oh, yeah. Trying to eke out a lot of segments because I'm not going to be able to stream it all this upcoming week because I have exams. Tucker Carlson's winning. What? Oh, SF Official. Ooh. Between SF Official and Zephyr. Ah, shit, it's between 3. No, it's back to Zephyr. If 2 of them tie, I'm going to have to do a runoff. It's between Carlson and Zephyr. I will be saving the Darwin thing though, because I found this very funny. Alright. I'm gonna let the poll go for about... I'm gonna let it go until 56 of the hour, so that's about a minute since the minute just passed. And we have 10 votes. 17 concurrent viewers, so I know we have some more voters. So we can talk either about Darwin from the Amazing World of Gumball, we can talk about Tucker Carlson, we can talk about a San Francisco official bear spraying a homeless man, and then we can talk about the state of Montana silencing Representative Zoe Zephyr. That Tucky Tum Tum is always asking questions, but never about how he can go fuck himself. That is true. It's very unfortunate. Doesn't look like the poll's moving much. And again, if two of the things tie, I'm just going to do a runoff. If you're doing good and that you're having a nice time streaming tonight, I am, even though it's like 2:55 for me, because East Coast. But I am having a good time. Then after stream ends, which it shouldn't be ending soon, I still have a lot of segments to get through. But after stream ends, I will be going to get myself some Chipotle today. How mad do I want to be? Depends. Alright, it's 56. That means we're covering Tuck the Cuck. Tuck the Cuck. And we will do another poll to figure out what we're doing next. I did not intend to get 2 extra segments done. How many extras? No, I've already gotten 3 segments done. Because I got the impromptu Crowder one. I just got the one with the shooter guy. And, fuck, there was another impromptu before that, I think. I have not done an official segment that I had already planned out yet, and we're almost 2 hours in. Okay. Glad to catch you live again. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you. Then after I get done with my regular segments, if it's before the time where I'm planning on logging off, which is going to be about 5 to 5:30ish, then I'll probably play some Zelda until I do. So let's try to hammer through it. Okay. Tucker Carlson is a name that we all know, and that if you watch me, you're probably not too fond of. So recently, Tucker, who was the poster boy of Fox News, the chief propagandist over at Fox News, basically, he got nuked from Fox. If you did not know, Fox recently had to pay over $500 million. I believe it was in the $700 million range, or 7.5, $750 million range, somewhere thereabouts, in money to Dominion over a lawsuit in settlement. They didn't go through with trial, it was in settlement. And that's due to the lies expressed about Dominion following the 2020 election, with the idea that their voting machines were somehow rigged, which they weren't. So Tucker, who was the poster boy of Fox News, got fired. I like to think it was because of that, because they viewed him as too much of a financial liability. And now he is his own, and he's going to have to contend with being his own little guy. So let's watch his response to the $787 million is a lot of money. Okay, let's watch it.
One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days.
So this is Tucker's first response after this happened.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true. And
he's not wearing his bow tie.
Also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are.
I'm gonna have to agree with that, unfortunately.
They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science.
These are literally the things that people talk about all the time. I have no idea what he's talking about here. Everyone talks about these all of the time.
Demographic change, corporate power, natural.
Demographic change. Do you see how he fit that in there? It was like a bunch of things that people talk about all the time, and then he's like, demographic change. We don't talk about demographic change on the TV all that much. Okay, Tucker, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm seeing what you mean. Come on now. And pause. And pause.
Resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that.
Maybe it's because the program that you were on, Tucker, only invited on other conservatives. Despite the fact that there have been plenty of leftists who have wanted to debate you, like Vosh. I'm pretty sure Vosh wanted to debate Tucker, but he didn't want to do that. Come on now. Why does he look like a living mannequin? It's the adrenochrome. That's a joke. Don't sue me.
Are not permitted in American media. Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this. That's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid. They've given up persuasion. They're resorting to force. But it won't work. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink, and they become weaker. That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail.
He is unblinking.
Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some.
Blink.
That's enough. As long as you can hear the words, there is hope. See you soon. Good evening,
Blink.
It's Tucker Carlson.
Christ. Wait, Jesus, I never realized. Hold up. Where's that one meme? Where's that one meme?
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? A fucking cat? Hey, don't fucking look at me like that. That's a weird looking fucking cat. Ma! Yo, there's a stray cat outside. I don't want it starting a fight with Lucy. Lucy, it's okay. It's okay, Lucy. Don't worry about it. Ma! Ma, there's a weird fucking stray cat outside.
This is how I felt watching the video.
It looks like grandma, the fucking thing. Hey, get the fuck out of here. I don't even know if that's a fucking cat. Blink, motherfucker.
That's how I felt watching that video. Tucker just staring emptily into the camera. Okay, let's talk about it. Lucky Otter has said Tucker Carlson leftist arc, and I'm here to say no. He is not a leftist, not even close. Okay? Look, what Tucker has done masterfully, I will give him this throughout his entire career, is that he has always pitched what he was going against as like Tucker against the world, or like sane people against the world and against the evil forces of globalism and whatnot. That's what Tucker has always pitched himself as. Make sure to tell me if the music is louder than me, please. But that is what Tucker has always kind of pitched himself as. And the thing about that is that him getting fired from Fox is something that he can very easily key into this. He can very easily go, the Fox elite don't want me to tell you the truth, and this is why they don't want me to talk about things like war and climate change and demographic change. Like, he is very clearly trying to signal at things that he wants to talk about a bit more and that he's gonna transition into as he goes forward in whatever he wants to do with his career, whether that be starting his own media corporation, which is possible, or going into politics, which I think is also equally possible when it gets to Tucker. Like Lucky Otter said again, faux populism. Tucker is using populist rhetoric when he himself is not actually a populist. What Tucker cares about is ultimately here just kind of keeping his audience and keeping his sponsors and what's going to put money in his pocket, and it's going to keep going on and on and on until, something happens. Flat out, Tucker getting fired from Fox is because Fox is a business. They are a corporation. And at the end of the day, what's going to happen with Fox is that they are going to do what makes them money and doesn't lose them money. And losing over $500 million in revenue, losing over $750 million in revenue over a lot of your hosts, one of them being Tucker, because Tucker's their biggest host, or was their biggest host, losing all of that money over some very easily disproven lies, of course they're not going to keep him on. He was a financial drain, and of course they fired him, which is a good thing for us, because it proves to us that Tucker and other people like him are a financial liability. At the end of the day, as long as our court systems are as sane as humanly possible, or at least somewhat sane, people are going to lose these kinds of lawsuits, which is why Fox decided to settle out of court instead of taking it to trial. Because if they took it to trial, they would have gotten trounced by Dominion. The evidence was so stacked up against them, which is why they agreed to such a high settlement. And it's also probably why they fired Tucker, because they knew as a company exactly what was going to happen if they kept an asset like Tucker on, or other people of his ilk. Because if you're sitting there outright lying about other companies like this to the point where you feel the need to settle a lawsuit for over $750 million, you are not going to keep someone on who was promoting those lies. Yeah? Which again, takes us back to Tucker. What is Tucker going to do moving forward? I think there's only one of two ways. Either A, he's going to start his own media corporation, which can go good or bad, but seeing as what got him fired from Fox was lying and getting sued to shit, well, Fox getting sued to shit, partially because of him and his influence, I don't think Tucker starting a media corporation is going to be the best thing. Because what's going to happen is we're going to come around to next year, Tucker has some new fucking media corporation or some shit. And he starts spouting off lies about elections and shit, and he gets blown the fuck out in court. And let me tell you, Fox can afford to lose $750 million. Does it hurt them? Significantly. But they can afford to lose it. Tucker is one fucking man. Tucker cannot lose $750 million. He would be destitute if he lost a lawsuit of that kind. I think Tucker is most likely a multimillionaire, more than likely. That's just speculation from me, but considering his position and the sponsors that he gets and the people that he is with, and also probably the contracts he negotiated with Fox, I could see him being a multimillionaire. Fucker isn't a billionaire, I'll tell you that much. He is definitely not a billionaire. Moreover, I think what a likely route for Tucker might be is going into politics. You do not want Tucker in politics. You want to encourage him to start a media corporation. Make your little, fake alt-right like boomer, like Jerry lots of numbers on Twitter names and stuff, get on Truth Social or something, and harass Tucker to make his own media corporation and tell him not to run for politics, say that politics are like controlled by the globalists and now he's gonna get JFK'd if he does so. You know, lie to him a little bit, get him to like be afraid of going into politics, or at least make it seem like going into politics might not be a good idea for keeping his base, and get him to make a media corporation, because I think it would be very funny to see him get the shit sued out of him. That's what you want. Tucker Carlson squatting on DeSantis' minion bed, yeah. But yeah, I genuinely think that's probably what's going to end up happening. He might go into politics, he might try running for office. I don't think he's going to enter the 2024 primaries, because we already know Trump is going to go in there, and I don't think Tucker is going to willingly want to betray Trump. He fucking hates Trump. We already know, we've seen text of him talking about how he thinks Trump is a fucking idiot. I believe he was the one who said that. I could be wrong on that. Don't hold me on that. But, I mean, as far as we know, it doesn't seem like Tucker is all that fond of Trump. People of his ilk seem to be more fond of DeSantis, because DeSantis is a bit more of a smarter fascist than Trump is. But, I mean, honestly, Tucker going into politics right now doesn't seem like it's likely, but give it until like 2028, he might do it. Or like he might be, I don't know, Trump's running mate in 2020, in 2024. We don't know. He did just recently have an interview with him. They seem to be on fairly amicable terms, even though texts came out. Might be water under the bridge. Trump might not give a fuck, and he might just want Tucker's audience with him. So we'll see what happens. And I want Tucker on the Daily Wire. I don't think the Daily Wire can afford Tucker, if I'm being honest, but we'll have to see. I feel like if Tucker got hired onto the Daily Wire, like, people like Ben Shapiro, who's the most popular person on the Daily Wire right now, even if Matt Walsh is more talked about, Ben is still the most popular, he would be immediately shown up, and I don't think Ben wants something like that. Regardless, whatever happens with this, I'm interested to see what happens. Rip Bozo, Tucker, you don't have an income anymore, even though he's rich. Not gonna lie, if Trump Carlson won in 2024, I'm leaving the US. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you for watching. I love you all. And I need to knock on wood right now. Okay. I love you all. I'll see you all in the next video. Make sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell icon, follow me on Twitter, link down below, join the Discord, also link down below so that you know whenever I'm going live. Hit the bell icon so that you know when I'm going live. Again, I love you all, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. 22 concurrents, sweet. This is some lovely viewership that I'm seeing right now. Also, keep in mind, y'all watching streams keys into my watch hours on YouTube that I need to get monetized. So like, y'all being here on stream, unironically, really helps. Like, really helps me a lot. Y'all watching my streams. I mean, I can even check my my stream from yesterday, how many watch hours that got me, because I had like a lot less viewers for that stream than I did on this one, which is why I like afternoon streams outside of night streams. But how many watch hours did I get off of this? Or at least did I get yesterday? Because that'll tell me. Yeah, I got 31.8 watch hours yesterday, just off of that one stream. And that was with less viewership than I usually get on a stream, so I'm going to be getting a lot off of this one. Which is good. Which is really good. Yeah. Alright. 23 viewers, numbers going up but slowly. Yeah. And make sure to share the stream with other people. And like the stream too. Yeah, we have 22 concurrents, 18 viewers. That is a 4 viewer to like deficit. We can get that number up. You beautiful people. You beautiful people, we can get that number up. Yeah, and of course, whenever you like the stream, it does push it out to more people. So I would appreciate it if you did, so that we could have more people in this lovely, pillowy community. At least try to drop a like on the stream and on the videos and streams if I don't have time to watch them, and I appreciate that. I do genuinely appreciate that. Okay. So, we still have some things that we can cover. Okay. Parasocial validation. Aw, thank you. And last one. Okay. Okay. I don't need that one. Sweet. Okay. Vote! Vote! 22 of you beautiful people, you can vote. Go ahead and vote. It's a 50-50. Well, no, it's probably not a 50-50. Okay, it looks like, I know it's a 25, a 25, and a 50. It's a Dick's poll. Uh-oh. It's a 44. It's 50, 37, 17. Interesting. With 6 votes. So we can see how that goes. Trucker Farrelson, indeed. Tucker Tarlson. Tucker Marlson. Imagine naming your kid Tucker. That is a poor name to have. Oh, also, another thing that y'all can do to help get the stream out. Y'all can go and retweet that. That is my announcement tweet. Right there, where I announce what I want to do and stream. So be sure to go do that, my kind friends. You know, if you retweet it, more people can see it. Oh, this isn't a first past the post poll. If it ties, then it goes to runoff. To be fair, they did in the 1950s. They did what? I need to get Burbap. No, you don't. Avoid it. You do not. Listen, if you're not on Twitter, don't get on Twitter. That is one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give to you. If you are not on Twitter, stay the fuck away from Twitter. Oh shit! New poll: most beer drinkers support brands working with transgender spokespeople. Damn, that fucking sucks for conservatives. Also, dude, Dylan Mulvaney, listen. Something lined up perfectly with Dylan when it comes to the way that she looks. Like, something in her genetics was just like, on this day, as the sperm and the egg joined together, I'm going to bless you, Dylan Mulvaney, with some beautiful fucking genetics. Because Dylan is really fucking attractive. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Like, of course, fucking Bud Light hired on Dylan Mulvaney as a spokesperson. Of course they fucking did. Like, yeah. When she started, it's hard to stop. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Dylan is just a fun person in general. Like, I'm gonna be honest, do I really watch her content like that? No. She's a little too lively for me. But, like, that's just because I'm not really into, like, really kind of hyper content like she kind of makes. But, like, from the shit that I've seen from her, she seems like a really nice, positive person. It's just, like, not the kind of shit that I'm into. But everything that I've seen of her just seems nice. She seems like a really sweet lady. And... Damn! That's not even a close fucking poll. Look at this shit! Beer drinkers who approve of brands working with transgender spokespeople is dark blue. Beer drinkers who disapprove of brands working with transgender spokespeople is light blue. So that's 28 to 53 in that poll. That's fucking wild. That's not even close. She had facial feminization surgery. Doesn't matter. She's still pretty. She was pretty even before she had FFS. You don't need FFS to be pretty also. FFS is just a gender-affirming care. But yeah. Those who drink beer at least once a month... Wait, those who drink beer at least once a month leaned more democratic and younger than those who said they do not drink beer at all. I guess that makes sense. If you drink beer, you're less likely to be like a teetotaling conservative or some shit. But 47% of all adults surveyed said that they would also view a company working with transgender spokesperson favorably. So that's just a company. Only 28% said that they would view the company unfavorably, while a quarter said they didn't know or had no opinion. Okay. And on the 69th 420th day, the Lord cast upon her thy hyperpasloid genetic 3. Yeah. Looks like San Francisco official one, but I do kind of want to read this article. Controversy arose this month after Mulvaney shared a sponsored post on Instagram to promote Bud Light's March Madness contest. Conservative backlash was swift, with many people calling for protests against Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch, its parent company, over the partnership with Mulvaney. Okay. I'm going to be 100% honest with y'all, and I'm going to tell y'all my job right quick. I am a cashier at a grocery store. And by cashier at a grocery store, I don't mean like somewhere in the city. I don't work for like Whole Foods or some shit. I work for a grocery store that's kind of in like the more country section of the little area that I live in. Kind of like the precipice between like suburbia and country. So I get a lot of country bumpkin ass motherfuckers who come through my line. And I say that lovingly. But I get like a lot of those people coming through my line. And ever since the Dylan Mulvaney stuff started, I'll be 100% honest with you, I have not seen a single change in the number of Bud Light sales that I have done. Bud Light is still one of the most popular beers to sell at my store. Like, I process people. Whenever I work, I process multiple orders that have cases of Bud Light. Because believe it or not, common people do not care about whether or not the spokesperson for something is trans. No one cares. Like, when I say no one cares, I mean like, because of course I started paying a bit more attention to it whenever I found out that Dylan Mulvaney was doing something with Bud Light. Because I thought like, oh, the whole like boycott Bud Light thing was going to be something that might actually affect like their sales, so I was paying attention to it more myself as I was checking people out. I've not seen a change in people's beer buying habits at all. Like, people do not care. Doesn't matter how conservative they are. I've had people in MAGA hats come through my line buying Bud Light and not caring. Because believe it or not, the common person, even the common conservative, seems like they really do not care about who's trying to sell them beer. They just care about the beer that they like. Imagine that. Yeah, the 3 most popular beers that we sell at my store are Corona, Pabst Blue Ribbon for some reason, and Bud Light. Bud Light has not diminished in sales at all. No one cares. This is entirely an outrage constructed by conservative talking heads, and I don't get why they're still trying to go with it, even though it clearly has not really worked. I thought about starting low, but nah, I've been sober 30 years. Don't start re-drinking beer, dude. And also congrats on being sober for 30 years. Can't kill conservatives / liberals being human for the one. Yeah, literally. Like, people really don't care. People really do not care. Which brings me to this video that I saw earlier, which was honestly kind of sad, if we go into this.
Here.
So this is Dylan Mulvaney's return to TikTok. I've always tried to love everyone, even people who make it really hard, and I think it's okay to be frustrated with someone or confused, but what I'm struggling to understand is the need to dehumanize and be cruel. So let's watch this.
I've been on day 9,610 of being a human, and I'm going to try to leave gender out of this since that's how we found ourselves here. I've been offline for a few weeks, and a lot has been said about me. Some of which is so far from my truth that I was like hearing my name and I didn't even know who they were talking about sometimes. It's a very disassociative feeling. And it was so loud that I didn't even feel part of the conversation. So I decided to take the back seat and just let them tucker themselves out. But then I remembered that nearly 13...
This is so mature. Like just going off of this, that is such a mature perspective to take. Like, a lot of people are talking about me, they seem to be negative about it, and I don't really seem to have a place in this, even though a lot of people are arguing over me. So I'm just gonna like pull back and wait for these people to tire themselves out. That is such a mature perspective to take. That is really good. That is a healthy thing to do. Tucker, true. Carlson. Okay, and pause.
People at some point enjoyed me enough to hit the follow button on these apps, and I was like, wait, I want to talk to those people. So hi, long time no talk, how are you? You might want to grab a beverage, this is going to be a longer one. But
stay hydrated.
And I'm trying this new thing where I don't pressure myself to share anything before I'm ready. And I'm actually sitting with my emotions, not reacting, waiting to respond. And shockingly, I can't recommend it more. Like, therapy is paying off.
I agree. If you're, like, extremely stressed over social media, log off. Go to, like, a different separate account that is not stressful to you, where you just follow the things that you like and, like, don't engage with politics. Do it. So good for the mental health, dude.
Off here, people. But I do have some thoughts to share with you. So I've been having crazy deja vu because I'm an adult, I'm 26, and throughout childhood, I was called too feminine and over the top. And here I am now being called all those same things, but this time it's from other adults. And if they're going to accuse me of anything, it should be that I'm a theater person and that I'm camp, but this is just my personality, and it always has been. What I'm struggling with most is that I grew up in a conservative family and I'm extremely privileged because they still love me very much. And I grew up in the church and I still have my faith, which I am really trying to hold on to right now. But I've always tried to love everyone, even the people that make it real.
And I will say, that is something that's really interesting. I didn't know that Dylan was religious. I didn't know that Dylan was a Christian. But, like, in the way that Dylan has carried herself and other people who espouse Christianity who are shitting on Dylan have carried themselves, I think it's, like, one could very easily make the argument that the people attacking Dylan are, like, quote-unquote not real Christians. I'm not a Christian, I'm an atheist, but I do think it is very notable here the fact that what Dylan does whenever she's being harassed and attacked by all of these people, what she is doing is pulling back, acting like an adult. She's not acting like a child, having a temper tantrum like a lot of these conservatives are, with like their guns shooting bush cans, just like doing that. What she's doing is pulling back. She's saying, okay, these people are having a goof, they're having a bit of a gaffe. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna analyze this for myself, and when I'm coming back, I'm coming back what I am. How do you know she ain't Jewish? She said that she grew up in the church. Church is like typically a very Christian term. I have Jewish friends, 9 times out of 10, whenever they're referring to their religious services, they'll say synagogue. They'll say synagogue or temple. So she could be Jewish. I'm just gonna assume she's Christian. I could be wrong in that. They tried to get her to react, like the Dark Connect said. Yeah. What Dylan is doing, yeah, like John Thomas is saying, she's literally turning the other cheek. The reason why she came back isn't to go like, oh, stop hating on me, stop hating on my followers. What she's doing is legit pulling back and going, people followed me because they like me. I'm going to come back and talk to the people who like me. She's not, like, she's lightly giving these people attention by acknowledging why she left social media, but, like, that's not the crux of what she's saying here. So, I mean, of course they're not. I say, as a Christian light, these conservatives are just using their faith as an excuse to do literally whatever they want. Yeah. Like, what Dylan is doing here is she's being peaceful. She's treating even the people who are hurting her with respect and being rude with her with respect by not directly calling these people out. And she's just being as chill about it as humanly possible. And this is a sign of extreme maturity. Because, like, I know if I was in a situation like Dylan, I try to be as emotionally mature as possible. But, like, I would be a lot more aggressive than she is being here. And I'm not even going to attribute that to the fact that she's, like, representing a brand or a company, because she hasn't even mentioned Anheuser-Busch or Bud Light in this response. Like, she's just doing it on her TikTok as herself, and she's being chill. Which takes a lot of strength, especially for someone who's felt so much ostracization from other people since she was a child, like she said, and even now as an adult. Let's get back into it. Let's finish this video.
Really, really hard. And I think it's okay to be frustrated with someone or confused. But what I'm struggling to understand is the need to dehumanize and to be cruel. I don't think that's right. You know, dehumanization has never fixed anything in history, ever.
Which is true. And then that's the end of the video. Going back into it, which, like, the video's been chopped up. There might be a second bit underneath this tweet, because this did seem like a Dylan-friendly tweet. Yeah. Okay.
You were going to start believing those things that... And, you know, I'm embarrassed to even tell you this, but I was nervous that you were going to start believing those things that they were saying about me, since it is so loud. But I'm just going to go ahead and trust that the people who know me and my heart won't listen to that noise.
Which is true.
What I'm interested in is getting back to making people laugh and to never stop learning. And going forward, I want to share parts of myself on here that have nothing to do with my identity.
Which is great and is good for her, because she knows what she wants to do. She knows how she's going to persevere through this horrible harassment that she's faced.
And I'm hoping those parts will still be exciting to you and will be enough. And to those of you who support me and choose to see my humanity, even if you don't fully understand or relate to me, thank you. And I don't know if reincarnation is a thing, but in my next life, I would love to be someone non-confrontational and uncontroversial. God, that sounds nice. The good news is that the people pleaser in me has nearly died, because there's clearly no way of winning over everyone. But if you're still around, I am too. And I love ya. And I hope you're having a great week. And I missed you. Okay, talk soon. Love you. Bye. And
Okay. So that was Dylan. Dylan's response to this whole fiasco going around about her promoting some Bud Light. And again, she is treating this with like an insane amount of grace in the way that she's addressing the people who have been harassing her. Like an insane amount of grace. If I were Dylan, dude, listen, I wouldn't be as nice as she was here. I'll be flat out. I would not have been as nice. And she is a very strong person, as we see here. She's someone who has put up with a lot and will continue to put up with a lot. I don't watch her, but every time I see her she's a really sweet person. I don't watch her often either, but everything I've seen from her has been positive and loving, and she just put so much of herself into the world, and it sucks that she's getting so much violence and vitriol and hatred back. But I think something like this, like her making this video, will hopefully pull over a couple of people. I hope something like this, where she's just saying, look, I was away for a while because I was being harassed, and I felt like I really had no input in the situation, but now I'm back, and I'm telling the people who do love me, who do care about me, which is important if you're ever getting harassed like this. Focusing on the people who do actually care about you is really important to kind of moving beyond that. But her saying, like, I'm focusing on those people, and even if you do not like me all that much, if you watch this far and you do care enough to even see things like not related to my identity, I want to go into those things. And I think that's a beautiful sentiment to make, and it's a sentiment that I wouldn't make if I were her. She is dealing with this with a lot more grace than I would if I was in her position and situation. Choosing to see humanity sounds like something to aspire to be. Yeah. She's choosing to see the best in humanity, and even though she has acknowledged that some people are just never going to accept her, she's like, screw it. I'm going to do me, I'm going to live my life, I'm going to be me. And that is something that I respect deeply. And I'm glad that it seems like she's taking this well. I hope she's doing okay. I hope she continues to do okay. And I hope that this video was at least able to pull over some people. With that being said, though, love Dylan Mulvaney. Great person, sweet person, it seems. Go support her. And if you like this video, make sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell icon. Join the Discord, links down below. Follow me on Twitter, links down below as well, so that you know whenever I go live. That's going to be on the Discord. Hit the like button and subscribe, hit the bell icon, so that you know whenever I go live as well. And I love you all. See you all in the next video. Peace. That was another impromptu segment. I am on a roll today. I didn't expect to be covering Dylan Mulvaney. But I'm glad I was able to. I do genuinely hope that she's fucking okay, though. Not only is she kind, she is so strong. I don't think I could ever deal with this kind of pain. Yeah. What she's been dealing with it for like a while, ever since she gained prominence. I think the biggest thing that like kind of popped her off was the fact that she she chose to keep the name Dylan. I believe is what pissed off like a lot of people initially, and then now like she's popular again due to Bud Light partnering with her. But again, it seems like not a lot of people really give a fuck anymore. So yeah, I'm glad she's fine, or at least somehow doing fine, even with all of the harassment that she's getting. All the seggies. I'm not even done with all of my segments. Agreed, nice work, Pillow. Thank you. Don't Winston got the start of Krispy Kreme. Yeah. Her name and face made her a target. Yeah. And I hope she's okay. Okay. Yeah, fair. Fair. I'm just glad she's okay. But she garnered a lot of controversy for like basically no reason. Just her saying things that are like kind of common sense. Life is life. People are gonna live it. Okay, what else do I have to cover left? Shit, I still have 2 official segments I need to do. But I promised on doing. Okay. We have a poll out now. I just learned from this that you're probably safe to rob Kid Rock. He aims like a drug at a urinal. Ah, damn. Yeah, in Minecraft. Gotta be careful with that. Don't get me in trouble. But yeah, that is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, so Montana silencing trans rep Zoe Zephyr. That's at 50. Darwin's gumball controversy is at 33, and San Francisco official bear spraying a man is at 17. We are at 6 votes. Remember, use your vote wisely, people. Use it very, very wisely, my kind friends. And while we do that, I'm going to browse Twitter, Discord. I'm going to browse Discord. I'm going to check on my Discord, see what's going on Discord. But yeah, I do hope that Dylan is doing okay though. She seems really sweet, and I just hope things go really well for her moving forward in life. Because she has been abused way too much by people who should not have been attacking her like they have been. Which is really unfortunate. Really unfortunate, and I hope she turns out okay. Damn. Okay, 16 votes, we're tied. She gives me such strong Charlotte from Sex and the City vibes. The look is uncanny. I've never watched Sex and the City, so we would have to figure that out, I guess. I don't know. What does Charlotte from Sex and the City look like? Oh, damn. There's a resemblance there. Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of uncanny. That's fun. I don't know in terms of personality, but definitely in terms of looks, they are very similar. It's very cheesy and very bad, but I watched it with my sisters growing up. That's funny. Okay, I'll let this poll go until 3:45, I guess, because I believe it just turned to 3:44, and then we'll decide what we're covering. But yeah. 45. At 17 votes, we have 41% for Darwin Gumball controversy, 24% of the votes for San Francisco official bear spraying a man, and then at 35% we have Montana silencing Zoe Zephyr. Alright. Democracy rules. So, let us get to this. This should hopefully be a fun little segment compared to the other ones that we have done today, because a lot of them have been very, very, very stressful. So this one should hopefully be a little fun. Can we go one episode without slut-shaming the coolest, sweetest character, please? I guess. Okay. So, my fellow Americans. Hold up. Let me fix the music right quick. And of course, y'all make sure to tell me if that is louder than me. Also, how much longer? Yeah, I still have a lot of time left on this. People, The Amazing World of Gumball is a lovely show, and Darwin Raglan Caspian Nicodemus Watterson III, I believe was his full name, is one of the most lovely characters from that show. So recently, Cartoon Network posted this lovely image on Twitter of Darwin and our other iconic #Cartoon Network show styles. Which one is your favorite? So these are drawings of Darwin in styles from different shows. We see Ed, Edd and Eddy here. Regular show, a little bit of Adventure Time action. Steven Universe, Dexter's Lab. They should have included Craig of the Creek, but you know what? I'm not gonna complain too much about it. I'm like one person. So as you can see, what Darwin is depicted in his human variations here, he is depicted as a black kid. And it has been headcanoned for a very long time by many people that Darwin was a black kid due to multiple things. Basically, a lot of people felt like he was black-coded, that the way he was written, and also who voiced him, the people who voiced Darwin were always black kids. A lot of people felt that Darwin was kind of written to be like a stand-in for like a black adopted child. And a lot of people took this as kind of like a little bit of confirmation coming from Cartoon Network Direct that that's kind of what Darwin, you know, was written to be, or at least what was kind of decided to be canon of Darwin after he was released as a character. And then Twitter happened. Of course, and then Twitter happened. Hey Cartoon Network, why don't you use Splinter in the next one and show us how you associate a rat with Asian people when human, since it's to compare POC/black people to animals, not like that's a stereotype or anything. And then this person submitted their own drawings of Darwin in these other shows, art styles of him as a fish. And don't harass this person. Don't harass this person. But as you can see, they are getting, as the kids call it, getting their ass beat in the quote retweets, as we can all see here, and for good reason. Okay, so there is a history of comparing black people to animals in media. That has always been a thing. Fish, though, is not one thing that black people have been compared to. Also, I do have authority to speak on the situation since I am a melanated man myself. Before anyone tries to pull rank on me, I'm very obviously black. So, let's get into this. I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blacker than black, then I'm black, y'all. I'm also a very big fan of animation. And a a critique that I see of a lot of animated media in terms of black people is the idea that a lot of animated media will take minorities and black people and turn them into animals as a way to be, kind of racist and not include black representation. Like Lucky Otter said, it's mostly monkeys that we are compared to, but I saw this most recently in memory with Pixar's movie Soul, in which the black main character spent most of his time as like a little spirit object, but then like his body also kind of got possessed by like a different character, Soul number 21, I think it was, in the movie their name was, and we did see that black character in the movie, and I did think that was very good. And the thing is, this is a criticism that can be founded if it is a trend. Like, for example, I thought in Princess and the Frog, the fact that characters like Tiana spent most of the movie as frogs to be kind of weird, especially since in other Disney movies, it isn't really a trend to turn the main character into an animal for most of the movie. The only other movie that's happened in was, like, The Emperor's New Groove, and that was played off for, like, laughs. But for, like, Pixar, most of their movies center around non-human characters. So I kind of think that reaction that a lot of people had was a little bit unfounded. Or Spies in Disguise, yeah, that also did it, where they turned Will Smith into like a pigeon, which I haven't seen that movie. I can't really speak on it, but that was also something that I saw the criticism thereof. However, we have seen in the quote retweets here, or at least I have seen, isn't he native? Yeah, but native is still POC. And I was using that in relation to Princess and the Frog. The fact of the matter is, here, in this situation, it largely comes down to the idea, and here's, what do you post? You have an 18 plus in your bio before I highlight your tweet, because that was a very good tweet. I need to make sure that you don't post any weird shit. Looks like mostly video game crap. Okay. But we see here someone said very succinctly what my opinion on this very much is. Cartoons have anthropomorphic non-human characters because they are fun. Kids want to see fun characters that they relate to. Many POC/black people identify with Darwin because he is voiced by a black child. I'm unconvinced this is an issue. And this is exactly how I feel about it too. As a kid, when I watched The Amazing World of Gumball, I'm not gonna lie, I looked at Darwin and I was like, that is, right there, a melanated brother. I didn't say it like that, I was like 8. But I absolutely related to Darwin as a character, both in his personality, and his voice actor, like who his voice actor was when I found out. And I'm not gonna lie, as a little kid, I internalized the idea that Darwin was written in part to be a black kid. And I didn't feel like it was out of racism at all, because Darwin in the show is consistently one of the sweetest, kindest. Like, Darwin is one of the only people in the show who isn't like a complete and utter piece of shit. Like, Darwin is actually a good person in the show. And the fact that this person like immediately reacts to this in like some violent way, like, oh well, why don't you compare it to other characters, and don't you think it's like a little weird to like make a person that you meant to be like a person of color, like a black character, isn't it a little weird to make them an animal in like your show? Almost everyone in The Amazing World of Gumball is a non-human character. The only time in The Amazing World of Gumball when characters are explicitly human or human-like, they are almost always villains. Like, for example, that one time when the Watterson family became humans, they were prompted by basically Trump, like let me pull this up. The person who effectively tried to turn the Watterson family into humans in the Amazing World of Gumball in that one episode, like the model family, looked like this. He was based pretty explicitly off of Trump. And that was pointed, like, when they made them humans. Yeah, they did make Darwin a dog here, but they were criticizing the idea that the Watterson should be like some strive to be some model human family or some crap. Yeah. You also have the final episode of The Amazing World of Gumball, when Rob's plan was to turn the members and like society of Elmore, everyone, into humans to avoid rebooting. And that was seen as a bad thing in the show. That plot to basically rob people of their unique personality by making them and forcing them to be humans. Almost, which is a screenshot here. Thankfully, it got pulled up right here just by me scrolling down a little bit. In this episode, this was not treated as a good thing. The fact of the matter is, in the Amazing World of Gumball, almost no one is human, and almost every human-like character ends up not being a good person. Yeah? Darwin being black-coded is not racism in this case. He isn't mocked for his black coding. There's an episode where they quite literally, when like the Watterson family think that Darwin doesn't feel as comfortable being with them, so like they kind of play into fish stereotypes to make him more comfortable, and he just ends up feeling bad about it when all he wanted was like a bigger tank to sleep in at night. Like they don't treat Darwin like he's an alien member to the family, or like he doesn't fit in or something like that. They love him, they care for him as a child, and even though he was initially like an adopted fish, he became part of the family. Anais in the show repeatedly refers to Darwin as one of her older brothers, and even though Darwin refers to Nicole and Richard as like Mrs. Mom and Mrs. Dad, that literally came from like the fact that in the Origins episode when Darwin started talking, he was saying like Mr. and Mrs. Watterson, and like Richard and Nicole were like, no, just call us Mom and Dad, not like Mrs. Mom and Mrs. Dad. They were just like, no, call us Mom and Dad, because we're your parents. And then Darwin was like, oh yeah, Mrs. Mom and Mrs. Dad, and then they just like went like, okay, you know what, if he's gonna do that, he's gonna do that. It's cute. He's part of the family. The way that Darwin is treated in the show is not in like some racist way. And to overreact and go like, oh, well, black people are very often turned into like animals in media, and this is like heavily dehumanizing. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah? Because what this does is it makes these kinds of criticism, whenever this is actually happening maliciously, whenever a black-coded character is actually turned into an animal, or a black-coded character is made into like a racist depiction of a black person, and then that's turned into an animal, or like you have a black-coded character that is just like some fucking animal, it makes it actually not... it makes those actual valid criticisms not as salient, because you have shit like that. Yeah? There are ways to write POC characters without including skin color. As an aspiring writer, I did the opposite, writing characters who are actually white, but just changing their skin color. Yeah. Yeah, it's crying wolf, like the Dark Canuck says. What you're doing here is you are basically tossing this accusation so far out that when it actually happens, people are less likely to listen to you. Which is why I didn't like it when people did it with Pixar's Soul, because that didn't feel like an issue either. Because again, most Pixar movies follow non-human characters. Encoding characters is something that happened. Going back to Pixar, Mater is clearly supposed to be some country bumpkin dude. Yeah? And he's a car, he's a tow truck. Or like Flo from the Cars movie. I always kind of felt that she was like a black lady, like a black auntie. That's what she reminded me of. And she's a car. But I don't think it's racist to depict them that way. Because coding is what we do in media. Characters are coded in certain ways that evoke certain emotions in us, or like certain associations in our mind. And can that be done racistly? Yeah. But sometimes it isn't, and Darwin is one of those cases where his black coding isn't done in a racist manner. Same thing with flowing cars. Same thing with like. Actually, I'm not gonna say Sebastian and the Little Mermaid. They they did really lean into the Caribbean stereotypes with that one. But it's a case by case basis. You have to look at it and go, was this done racistly? Was this not done racistly? What do we do about it? How do we feel about it? And as other people highlighted in this person's quote retweets, the reason why the interpretation of Darwin being a black coded character became so popular is because a lot of black watchers of The Amazing World of Gumball related to him as a character and looked at his voice actors and went, oh, sick, he's voiced by a black kid, he might be meant to be black. Which is exactly how I felt as a kid myself. Especially like in an ecosystem where we don't get like many black characters in media. When I was growing up as a little kid, you know what black character I knew on TV as a kid growing up? None. No explicitly black characters on TV in the cartoons that I watched growing up at all. Like, the newest cartoon that I think has came out recently with like an explicitly black main character who was like black was Craig of the Creek, and that came out after I really stopped watching cartoons. Like as like my primary form of media, even though I do still watch them. I love cartoons, they have a special place in my heart. And I love Craig of the Creek, but like that wasn't out when I was growing up. I couldn't relate to Craig when I was growing up. I have to do that retroactively now. Closest thing I got to a black character growing up in media was like Static Shock. Static Shock came before my time. I had Garnet and Steven Universe. Garnet and Steven Universe. And that is what I had. Yeah? And she isn't even black. She's black-coded. And to go back here, Kiana Mai is an artist I really love, or Kiana May. I don't know how I say her last name. But she's an artist that I love. She is Jamaican and Japanese. And this is fan art that she did years ago of The Amazing World of Gumball. I don't know what happened there on my Twitter. Come on. Also go follow her. She's an amazing artist. She's worked on many good TV shows. I believe she is or was working on Big City Greens. But like years ago, she drew Gumball and Darwin from The Amazing World of Gumball, and well, Darwin specifically, as a black kid. Probably for the same reason that other people did. See? Woo validation. Validation in seeing this very tweet from Cartoon Network. This isn't an issue. Yeah, it would be one thing if it was done racistly, but it wasn't. We need to stop taking things that are innocuous or things that even make people happy. Because I was happy in seeing this myself. It felt like validation to me as a little kid looking at him and going, oh, he's black. And now me, 18 years old, looking at this tweet and going, what I felt was like kind of true. It felt good, you know? But no, we have to have some people reacting in this negative manner for some reason. And immediately sensing blood in the water when there is none. This is perfectly fine. I'm glad that this fact about Darwin was kind of lightly confirmed. It's when it gets down to it, this representation is pretty important. I'm glad that it happened, and I'm excited to see what happens with the Gumball series going forward, with the movie and whatnot. I'm glad we got to see this, and drop your thoughts down below. If you like this video, make sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell icon. Link in the description below to my social medias, my Twitter, my Discord, so that you know whenever I'm going live. Also make sure to hit that like button and subscribe so that you know whenever I'm going live or I upload a video. I love you all, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. Gotta hit the stop record button. But yeah. Adults policing kids cartoon is pretty cringe. Yeah, it is. It is. It's like how queer folks, for the longest time, had to rely on readings for representation. Yeah. And someone did say the Proud Family. The Proud Family came before my time. I was not around when the Proud Family was really popular. I was born in 2005. My older sister remembers the Proud Family. I barely do. Like, a lot of the shows that had black representation in the 90s had ended by the time I started watching cartoons. Like Codename Kids Next Door with number 5. Like, Codename Kids Next Door went off when I was like 2, I believe. And then you had Ed, Edd and Eddy, which had... It had fucking Johnny 2x4. The black character in Ed, Edd and Eddy was Johnny fucking 2x4. Dude. The insane guy who talked to a fucking plank. And was mostly characterized by the fact that he talked to a plank. But yeah, Hey Arnold wasn't on. That had went off years before I was born. You had, like, The Fairly Odd Parents with Chester and AJ. But who gave a fuck about Chester and AJ all that much? Just not really a lot of shows had black characters on them. And then, like, talking about live action, you had no really black live action actors either. You had, what, like, Sky Jackson and Jessie as Zuri? Okay? Like, she's cool, but okay. Zendaya and Shake It Up. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know she was black for the longest time. I'm gonna be honest, which, like, she is black. You know, her being mixed does not make her not black. But, like, I didn't know she was black for the longest time. Love Zendaya, though. Then you had... You fucking... The black best friend character in the Loud House, whatever his name was. I think it was, like, Clyde or some shit. Like, there really were not a lot of black characters that I could relate to growing up as a kid. Which is why I think my favorite show as a kid was Lego Ninjago. Because fuck it, none of those people were black. None of the people in Ninjago were black. I didn't have to worry about relating to anyone. I was just like, fuck it. Jump up, kick back, whip around, and spin. Like, I really didn't... I didn't have to care about that kind of stuff whenever I was watching shows like Ninjago. But, yeah, no, like, the Proud Family had ended before, I was, like, sentient enough to watch cartoons. Teen Titans had Cyborg, but the original Teen Titans series ended when I was young, and now Cyborg and Teen Titans Go is, like, I'm not watching that. It's so funny how gay and trans my favorite Sailor Moon is, and the translation deadass looks at these lesbians and goes, anyway, so these two are cousins? Yeah. You know? And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, just how little black representation there is in media. And so, like, for someone to take the crumbs that we get and, like, the confirmed kind of headcanon that is Darwin being black and going like, oh, this is an example of racism, like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. Shut up, man. I know, who else did we have? Fucking Fillmore? No. And then you have, it's fucking The Boondocks, which isn't for kids. The Cleveland Show, which isn't for kids. Static Shock got taken off of air before I was little. Again, Fillmore. Fuck, watch Fillmore. And then, like, outside of that, the closest I got to, like, black representation in media was fucking black best friend character. Oh, honestly, that's probably why I liked shows like fucking Winx Club so much. I used to watch Winx Club when I was a little kid. I grew up with 4 fucking sisters. Well, I'm not gonna say 4 fucking sisters. I love them. I fucking grew up with 4 sisters. I watched shows like Winx Club and Monster High, and I'll tell you, more fucking black representation than I ever got out of any of the cartoons that I watched as a fucking kid, dude. What fucking Aisha did? Claudine did? Black characters. Gorgeous. It was beautiful. Cleveland Chills should never have existed. Oh shit. Have you seen the Fat Albert cartoon? Unfortunately, it was bad. I did not like it. The hoops that the writers had to jump through, there were so many love scenes. Yeah, in Sailor Moon. But yeah, no. Like let black characters, you know, exist in media and be chill about it and don't be weird about it, please. It's just like what it is. Anyways, there are a couple of things that we can do. Yes, Winx Monster High. I fucking love Monster High. I've actually been watching the new cartoon series to check it out, see how it's going. I kind of want to do a video essay on it because I'm getting like a lot of queer subtext off of the new Monster High. It's like every time I watch it, I'm like... But like I'll occasionally watch an episode when I have nothing else to watch while I'm eating, and it's pretty cool. Fraggle Rock. Fraggle Rock? I was born in 2005, dude. When did Fraggle Rock end? Because I know what Fraggle Rock is. Year created 1983? Dude. My parents were literally babies when Fraggle Rock came out. My parents. I didn't even... Dude. In 1983, my mom was a 3-year-old and my dad was a 2-year-old. My parents were babies. You're 55? Wow. That's great. I did not know my audience skewed into that age range. That's pretty cool. We'll say old cartoons do have a certain charm to them. Yeah, I got kids your age. That's nice. First, your favorite Animal Crossing characters, Pashmina, and now this Debbie's all boy. Oh yeah, dude, Pashmina is great. I love her as an Animal Crossing character. She's real sweet, real nice, real lovely. But yeah, okay. Early 30s starting to feel ancient. I mean, it is what it is. Okay. Start poll. Okay. Opinion on Killer Bee? Killer Bee? Are you talking about Mighty Bee, the show? Because I don't know Killer Bee, but I do know Mighty Bee. If you're talking this show, as a little kid I loved it. I thought it was very fun. I thought it was very fun and very cute. I really like the aesthetic that a lot of 2000s, like mid-2000s Nickelodeon shows happened before they transitioned to being like a SpongeBob machine. They're like really fun. Oh shit, Camp Lazlo? Oh shit! Ah, I forgot about Camp Lazlo. Camp Lazlo went hard. Who worked on Mighty Bee? Who created Mighty Bee? This is giving me like some Loud House Chris Savino vibes, and I don't like that actually. Because Chris Savino is a weirdo. Mighty Bee creator. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, Mighty Bee's creator isn't. Amy Poehler. Eric Wise and Cynthia True. Okay. Be right back, gotcha. Pashmina compliments me and sent me pink maid outfit because she thought it looked cute in it. The goat is not straight. True. Youngins give me hope for the future. I appreciate it. Total Drama Island. Oh yeah, we had like Lashana and DJ, and I'm not gonna lie, DJ is probably one of the best black character raps I've seen in a while, because DJ was like completely not stereotypical in the way that he went about his life. He was like really chill and zen as fuck, and he wasn't like the loud stereotype that a lot of people like to attribute to black people. But then again, like, Total Drama is not for little kids either. Damn, the vote's 50-50? Dang. It's wild. That is wild. Oh, no, it balanced. Balanced out to a different one. That's sweet. But yeah, Mighty Bee was a pretty cool show, if that's what you meant. I mod for Zen and adore Conyer. They brought me to a pillow. That's nice. Killer Bee's a beast. I've never heard of Killer Bee. Killer Bee Motorsport? Killer Bee... Oh, Naruto? I've never seen Naruto. So I can't tell you what I think about Killer Bee. I've never seen Naruto. He looks sick as fuck, though. He looks kind of like Hulk Hogan, now that I think of it. Looking at this guy. Kind of Hulk Hogan vibes. Okay. We'll go until 419 on this poll. 62 to 38. Also, Gwen, our Goth GF queen. Oh yeah. Gwen was cool. I think my favorite character in Total Drama might have been... I don't know. Yeah, okay. I feel like Zoe. Wait. Okay, everything's clean. I feel like she was my my favorite character in Total Drama. I could have gotten fucking banned there. Knowing how people treat Total Drama characters. Oh god, I gotta be more careful. On Google Images, I could have been gone. I could have been so gone. Woo, that could have been bad. It could have been real bad. One Piece has a lot of representation manga, I guess, but I've never seen One Piece. So, not recommended. To be honest, the only reason why I got through it was because I read a bunch of the fanfics beforehand. Fair. Anyone else like watching things where they're the same age as the characters? Yeah! That's how it kind of was when the Owl House came out. I was the same age as like the characters in the Owl House when it first came out, and now it's like I'm 18, and by the finale, they did do an aged up time skip at the very end, but like by the end of the finale they were the same age, and I had like progressed 4 years, so it was kind of weird. But I mean, generally, yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Wait a second, holy shit. Bessie lives in San Francisco with her single mother Hillary, brother Ben, and dog Happy. Dude. The Mighty Bee is Steven Crowder's kid. She is Steven Crowder's kid. Because her brother's around the same age as her, if not a little younger. Could be like a younger twin. They live in San Francisco, which wouldn't be a shocking place for her mom to go. Single mother named Hillary is the big thing that tips me off with one L. Just like Steven Crowder's ex-wife. Holy shit, we cracked the code. Mighty Bee is Steven Crowder's kid. We know it, officially. She's also gay as fuck. Okay. Ah, shit, I went longer than I expected on the poll. 58-42 though, so San Francisco official bear spraying a man. But first, I must step off for like 5 seconds to go get myself a bottle of water, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Officially and swishly. Ah shit, the music cut off. Okay. Let's restart that. How dare you drink water? True. TJ was also a mama boy. TJ and... Oh wait! Fuck, I forgot another show that did have some black rep. Fucking Word Girl. Yeah! Word Girl! Used to fucking love Word Girl as a kid. That's how I learned some fucking vocabulary. I learned some vocabulary off this show. See, this is how you get kids to learn. You don't sit them down with fucking Cocoa Melon or some bullshit. You trick them. You see, what you do is you sit them down with a TV show. Looking good, pillow, new lights? No, my lights are the same. This is just different lighting because I have natural lighting coming out of my window over there. Also, if anyone ever wants to do a stream setup or like just a gaming computer setup, sit it in front of a window or at least close to a window so that you can look out and like help with your eye strain because it's not good to look at screens all day. Also stay hydrated, of course, so that you can like also avoid headaches. And other things. But yeah, no. You know how you get some kids to learn some vocabulary, dude? You sit them down, you trick them with a show about a girl learning words and crap, who's also a superhero. You will learn you some nice words. Yeah, how do you think I know what the word redundant means? It's not because I sat down with a dictionary, it's because one of the villains in Word Girl was a woman who could copy herself named Lady Redundant Woman. And that's a clever name for a villain, because like her trick, basically her backstory, I remember this vividly, is like she was in a copy, like she worked at a copy shop, like Staples, and she got in an accident, which meant like whenever she touched her nose or like pressed her nose like a button on a copier, she would copy herself. And her supervillain name was Lady Redundant Woman. And I'm pretty sure I forgot her brother's yeah, I forgot her brother's name. It was like something J. But Lady Redundant Woman, I believe she talked in like sentences that were like redundant, and her name was Lady Redundant Woman, like lady and woman in the same name, which I thought was really funny. But like as a little fucking kid, I fucking ate that shit up. I learned some words from Word Girl. Naruto has a bunch of cool ideas and moments, but there's so much bad or mid stuff, like random unearned power-ups in the last arc, or part 2 revolving around magical eyes or sexism. Yeah. At least Hoy Boy lefties hydrate. I'm an alpha and I get all my water from my food like a cat. I guess. How to thwart Lady Redundant Woman, never done in the first place. True. Can't be redundant if you don't dund. Your favorite problematic streamer drinking water. I guess. I once read an article about sometime making blankets from crisp packets and giving to homeless people. Why not just make regular blankets? Do you not understand? I don't know either. Now how to use big words because I'm bi and dramatic. I feel you. That's weird fan art. I'm gonna close this out now. That was fucking weird. Okay. So, y'all voted for the San Francisco fire chief bear spraying someone, and then after that, we're gonna do Zoe Zephyr. So let's try to blast through these segments back to back since we already know what we're doing and what we're covering. I'm not going to try to stun lock between the two. Because I want to get this done so that we can play some Zelda. But before we do... Okay, so San Francisco is a city on the western coast of the United States of America. Very interesting city. And San Francisco is also the most expensive city to live in the United States of America, I believe, in terms of property values. And as such, San Francisco has a bit of an issue with, or at least a lot of people in San Francisco, I should say, a lot of people in San Francisco have an issue of having to contend with homelessness. And recently, we had a video of a former San Francisco city official who was attacked a homeless person with bear spray. And as a result, he was attacked with a metal pipe. A cue loud metal pipe clang right here, public defender says. So, we will show you this video right quick without the commentary, please. So, Here we see here. I believe this is the man speaking about the event. And this is him being attacked with a metal pipe. Yeah. But apparently this guy has been bear spraying people. Homeless people on streets, and due to that he's been attacked. This is also apparently another video of this guy doing it, allegedly doing it. Again, we see this video of this homeless man just sleeping on the street, and then he comes up and he bear sprays this person. Not even pepper spray, bear spray, which is extremely strong. And I want to talk about this, yeah? The way that a lot of people in the US and across the developed world in general treat homeless people is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And this guy being attacked with a metal pipe after bear spraying someone, and it doesn't appear like... It appears that this has happened multiple times because these are two different videos taken at two different times of day. Like, this man in this video was quite literally sleeping when he walked up and began bear spraying this person. This is assault. This is assault and battery. I would even argue with a deadly weapon considering how strong bear spray is. It is meant to ward off bears. You are not supposed to spray something like that. This is disgusting. Flat out. And this is a apparent former fire commissioner someone who was meant to protect and serve their communities, just going around bear spraying people. Alexis the Marshmallow asks, what is wrong with this guy? Our society is wrong with this guy. The way our society teaches people to regard homeless people is with contempt. People in our society are taught to regard homeless people as nuisances, as threats, as people who have fallen on hard times due to their own failures and not the failures of the system. And especially in San Francisco, it is an extreme failure of the system. San Francisco is increasingly unlivable due to increasing property rates. A lot of the people that you find homeless in San Francisco got priced out of their apartments and couldn't find another place to live, which is really unfortunate. And that doesn't change the fact of like why someone may be homeless. I don't care if someone is homeless because they have a drug addiction, which is a medical issue. I don't care if someone's homeless because they're disabled and they couldn't work and they got kicked out of their house. I don't care if someone is homeless because they got priced out of where they lived, and now are forced to contend with living on the streets. It doesn't matter. People have a right to not be fucking bear sprayed. And I'm gonna be 100% honest. The guy who kicked this man's shit in, this former San Francisco city official, who is extremely privileged to have had his position and still be able to be afloat in San Francisco, and is walking around vigilante bear spraying homeless people sleeping on the side of the street, allegedly. The fact that this man was attacked by someone with a metal pipe who was defending himself, in all honesty, was defending himself from this person who had just bear sprayed him. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah, asshole. There are actions. There are consequences to your actions. And I think being beat with a metal pipe is a pretty light consequence in terms of what you did and assaulting people with fucking bear spray like a sociopath. What is wrong with you? Genuinely. Like, there has to be something extremely... Like, something is not ticking with you. I'm saying allegedly because he hasn't been charged yet and I'm not trying to get sued. But there is something extremely wrong with you if you're walking by on camera. Again, sleeping man. This is allegedly the person who's been doing this. This is someone sleeping. He only slightly moved because someone was walking up near him, which is a reasonable response to have whenever you're sleeping on the side of the street. Like, hey, is this person about to rob me? Are they about to harm me? Etc. So he's looking up, yeah, to see what's happening, and he gets bear sprayed in the face. And this is a consistent... He rolls over and gets up to try to escape the situation, and this fucking asshole, this fucking thumb-ass Paul Blart is still looking at him like a piece of shit. Yeah? And again, going back to it, this is disgusting. The suspect accused with using a metal pipe to attack former San Francisco Fire Department official was released from custody Thursday and is to appear in court for a preliminary hearing in late May. I don't think this person should be charged. I don't think this person should be charged. At all. If you bear spray me, yeah, you're gonna get fucking attacked. Because that is a direct threat to me, my sanctity, my safety, and my life, potentially. Again, considering how strong bear spray is as a chemical reactant. Yeah, that amount of bear spray can kill someone. This isn't something small. At all. Prosecutors say former San Francisco Fire Department Commissioner Don Carmignani, fucking Italians, I guess, sustained serious injuries, I'm kidding about the Italian thing, after being attacked in early April by a suspect with a metal pipe outside of his mother's home in San Francisco. Carmignani was unable to testify in Thursday's preliminary hearing as a result, according to prosecutors. The judge overseeing the case granted the prosecutors permission to postpone the hearing until May 23rd and released the suspect, Garidotti, who San Francisco police booked on charges of assault with a deadly weapon, from jail. And this is a fucked system. Assault with a deadly weapon happened to him first. And in all honesty, he was defending himself. Because, again, he got bear sprayed and attacked the person who bear sprayed him with a metal pipe. I think that is a reasonable response. Especially if he was not initially an aggressor. And seeing this former official's kind of, I guess you could say, trend in behavior, where he's just walking up to people and bear spraying them for some reason, who have not done anything to him previously. Seeing that behavior, I wouldn't be shocked if this person who attacked him with a metal pipe was bear sprayed for no reason. Bear spray. Christ. On April 5th, Carmignani called 911 to report 3 homeless people in an encampment outside his mother's home in the city's affluent Marina neighborhood, he told CNN in a statement. So he's rich. That evening, I arrived at my mother's house and asked these people to leave, Carmignani said. In the statement, the accident culminated with one of the individuals producing a metal piece of pipe and striking me several times in the head. Again, probably followed after bear spraying people, considering this person's modus operandi. Other homeless victims, public defender says. Video taken from outside a gas station shared by Carmignani's attorney appears to show the former fire official attempting to defend himself while being struck by a man wielding a metal pole. The video does not show moments before the altercation. A separate video, also provided by Carmignani's attorney, which appears to have been taken from a nearby building, shows the former official running down the street with Dottie clothes on his heels, swinging the rat at Carmignani's head as he flees. Yeah. Dottie's public defender told reporters Wednesday this case is one of self-defense, in part because he says there appears to be a repeated pattern of someone with Carmignani's description allegedly attacking homeless people with bear spray in a 4-block span of his home between November 2021 and January 2023, based on police reports given to her by the DA's office. In all of them, the victims are not housed. The victims are either asleep in their tents, sitting on a bench, or minding their own business, Hathaway said, citing police reports regarding 8 separate attacks on homeless people that were included in the discovery evidence she received. Unfortunately, one of them was caught on video, which is the one that we've watched before. This is assault. This is assault. And this person, Carmignani, if what he has done in this bear spraying is true, again, allegedly, he has not been charged with anything yet, but if what he has done is true, he should be charged, he should be booked, and he should be put in prison. No one should be allowed to do this shit. Assault and battery is a serious fucking crime, and homeless people deserve just as much right to be where they are as other people. It is a failure on our society that people are homeless. It is not a personal failure on them. And people do not deserve to be bear sprayed, especially when they are sleeping. Serial assault. Yeah, this is a consistent pattern of behavior. Of him doing this to people who were no threat to him. This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. And apparently the video that we did watch was recorded on the same street as Carmignani's residence. Yeah. The man, who is described as 6 feet, 6'1", 280 to 300 pounds, gray to brown hair, very similar, matching what Mr. Carmignani looks like. I'm confident that my client knew of Carmignani's prior violence, because, again, this happened within a 4-block radius of his home, and this happened often enough to where it probably spread in terms of word. Yeah, homeless people talk to other homeless people. They probably knew of some guy walking around fucking bear spraying people. So after this guy got bear sprayed, yeah, of course he fucking retaliated. This is disgusting. And the most disgusting part about this is this. Asked why Carmignani had not been charged in connection with the assault on homeless people, San Francisco District Attorney Brooks Jenkins told reporters Wednesday, nothing has been submitted to our office from the police with respect to asking to look at anything for charging purposes. Jenkins indicated that she had a video, but that quote unquote, right now it's simply an allegation of who it is, and that more investigation was needed. Investigate him then. Investigate him. I don't know what else to say. This is fucking disgusting. Yeah? Listen. This is absolutely antisocial behavior. You have to have something very wrong with you to think that it is perfectly fine to bear spray people. And I'll say it again, the thing that's wrong with him is that he is a product of our society. The way our society tells people to regard homeless people is disgusting. There are people with rights like you and me who have fallen on hard times. I am very lucky to be living in the house that I am right now. Everyone who has a house is very lucky to be living in the house that they have right now. And people like Carmen Yanni, who are rich, who have family, who live in affluent neighborhoods in the most expensive city in terms of housing in the United States, for him to be so rich and to be walking around bear spraying people like fucking Thumb Batman is disgusting. And I hope this man gets charged. This is horrible. This is inhumane. This is horrible. This is disgusting. Fire department gets the blue line treatment too? I don't even think that. I don't even think that, because the thing is about most fire departments is that they are entirely focused on basically saving people from fires and being first responders in terms of medical situations. Most firemen I know are very nice, and most fire departments are largely unproblematic. The issue here is the same thing that a lot of people, a lot of chuds like to think, is that they're like Batman. It's like they're like Batman people who are walking around saving society from like the menace of the homeless people. Yeah, like this man would fit in perfectly with blue line crap himself. Absolutely. But I wouldn't even put this on other firemen, if I'm being honest. This sounds like a class thing. Absolutely. This absolutely sounds like a class thing. This is disgusting. With that being said, if you liked me providing this information in this video, make sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell icon. Follow me on Twitter, links in the description. Also, join the Discord, links in the description below as well, so that you know whenever I go live, so that you can join this lovely chat right here and contribute to the segments. I love you all. I'll see you all in the next video, and peace. Gotta hit the stop record button. Critical support to the man who kicked his shit in with a metal pipe, also. How many segments have I gotten done today? Christ, I'm on a roll. But yeah, no, critical support. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Anyways, there are two things we can do now. Okay. Oh wait, yeah, I said I'm gonna hop like directly into Zephyr. And then I have a nice little secret segment after this one that I've been holding on to. Chano, I've done... So we started off, I did Kinda Crowder. Then, I'm about to do the 3 segments I was supposed to do. I did the Darwin segment, and then I think I also did one extra one, so I have 6 segments. I'm about to do 8. No, yeah, no, I'm about to do 7. for today. Unless I did more. Okay, I just need to follow the proper, place to start this off with Zoe Zephyr, because this is a very complex segment. Star Wars to unlock? Yeah, I also did Star Wars to unlock, so I have already done 7. Or at least I think I've done close to 7. Fort Bragg guy. Yeah. So I've done almost 10 segments today. Holy shit. Y'all are gonna eat this next week. Of the other viewers who don't watch my regular segments. Which, again, the reason why I didn't upload as much as I usually do this week is because last week I was not able to stream. So, like, this week upcoming, also, I'm not gonna be able to stream anytime during the week because I have exams. And then that weekend I'm definitely going to stream. And then 2 weeks from now, or at least I should say less than 2 weeks from now, we are now, I believe, 13 days away from the launch of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which I will be playing live on stream with this beautiful Nintendo Switch Pro controller and my gorgeous Nintendo Switch. I got my Switch about... Stop falling. I got my Switch about a month after it initially released. The Joy-Con drift on this is fucking immaculate. Look at this. I can just... That's all my Switches. I don't even have to click the little button on the back to detach my Joy-Cons. Like, this thing has gotten much love and much care throughout the years, but it's old. And I'm not going to be buying a new one. I'm going to be sticking with her. I love her very much. But I will be playing Tears of the Kingdom live on stream. And I do want to show y'all something that I think is actually very funny. The Pro Controller's drift, in my experience, no. Switch still looks great, some parts of it, but like if you look up here, look at the grill. That thing snapped off years ago. But like, look at this. This is the Switch next to my Steam Deck. This thing is massive. And the reason why I reached down to get my Steam Deck is because I had it in my book bag. But like, even look at the thickness of this. It's like... This is insane size-wise. I will say though, playing the Switch, I used to think that it was like pretty big as a console. But after getting the Steam Deck, dude, the Steam Deck is massive. It's like... I love it, though. I can't wait until summer, when I can play it a lot more. Because, like, when summer comes by and I can actually play Steam Deck a lot more, I'm gonna be doing it. I might also buy, like, a Steam Deck dock so I can actually stream, like, more powerful games to y'all. Because right now I'm relying on my Switch to stream a lot of games, which is why I've been doing a lot of Zelda. Because my computer is not powerful enough to stream like Cyberpunk 2077 to y'all. But if I hook in my Steam Deck and I just like patch it through OBS, then I can do like a lot in terms of streaming more powerful games to y'all. Because this is basically a second PC. Can't believe I've never gotten drift yet, or that it hasn't broken. Yeah. Mine drifts sometimes. Mine drifts bad. I think what I might end up doing, if the channel really pops off, what I might end up doing is I will get a an OLED Switch, more than likely, because this isn't an OLED, it's an original Switch. I'll probably get an OLED, and I might just mod this one, on account of the fact that this one is one of the models. Again, I got it a month after it came out, because like the story is, when the Switch was about to come out, it was 2016, so I was 11 years old when the Switch was announced in 2016, in the moment that I saw the announcement trailer, I basically went to all of my family and I was like, I want nothing but money for Christmas. And I worked my ass off with chores and I saved up enough to get the Switch. I could have gotten it on release day. The only issue was, I couldn't find any Switches. So like I basically stayed up searching for like when Switches would come out, and I remember the day I got it was I believe April 27th. Switch 2 maybe next year, but I might wait. But it was like April 27th, and I was waiting around, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna like. I had been like keeping up with when Switches were out, and then I found out that they were getting shipped to Best Buy, and I told my dad, I was like, Dad, Switches are at Best Buy. I checked, I called ahead, they're at Best Buy, take me to Best Buy, please. And he was like, bet. He took me to Best Buy. I bought myself a Nintendo Switch that very day with my own money. I still have the box, actually, sitting on a shelf over there. It's my proudest achievement. It was one of the first consoles. No, the first console I bought myself was actually this, which got broken by my cousin, which is why I'm showing the back of it, but it's a PlayStation Vita. I played the shit out of this too as a kid. And then my Steam Deck I bought myself too, because I love buying my own consoles. It makes me feel powerful. Yeah, the Switch came out 6 years ago. It's been 6 years since May 3rd, 2017. Not May 3rd, March 3rd, 2017. 6 years. Which is wild. Wait, no, then that means... Yeah, no, I was 12 when the Switch came out. And my birthday's in February, so I was able to, like, accrue a lot of birthday money to save up for the Switch. But, I got my Switch, and then I immediately went over... My dad drove me over to GameStop, and then I got Breath of the Wild. First game I ever got on the Switch. I had it... It was, like, the only game I had until Christmas. And that's when I got Skyrim and Splatoon 2. I dumped an ungodly amount of hours into Breath of the Wild, which is why I am so very excited for Tears of the Kingdom, which I've already pre-ordered, because now I have a job and I'm able to pre-order shit. ACNH is halfway back to Breath of the Wild, yeah. But I've dumped so many hours into Breath of the Wild, and I'm looking into dumping more hours into Tears of the Kingdom. So, it's gonna be great. Damn, had a Vita a long time ago. Yeah, I love PS Vita. It's a great console. I just wish it was more supported. My favorite game series actually started as a Vita game series, Gravity Rush. So, also, stream has not lagged the entire fucking time since I put on normal latency. So I think I might just stick with this. It does mean that I don't get like one-to-one chat interaction, which kind of sucks, but like I would prefer to have kind of delayed chat interaction than having to deal with buffering. So I had no interest in getting the Switch, but then I got Animal Crossing brain rot and my autistic anxious ass is still playing it daily. Yeah. Which one is my... Here. Yeah. You see in my little drawer next to me on my desk is where I keep my my video games. I think, what else do I have in here? I have my other set of Joy-Cons, PlayStation controllers for my PS4. This is an old one for older pillow fans, the glasses that I used to wear when I streamed. And, yeah. Then my PS Vita and stuff are in there. But I keep my Switch over here docked so that I can hook it up whenever I need to my laptop. Okay. Flawless stream, yeah. The start of the Trump presidency is almost halfway back to the Trump election. Yeah. Whatever games would you like to stream once you get the Steam Deck? Well, I already have the Steam Deck. I just need the dock. But Cyberpunk 2077, I would like to stream that. I would like to stream Persona 5, I mean. Portal. I recently played through both of the Portal games. I thought they were fucking hilarious. I thought they were golden games. I would love to experience them on stream with y'all. And Half-Life? I've never played Half-Life. I'd like to play Half-Life on stream. This is a bit of a stun lock, but I would love to play Half-Life on stream. Some of the Assassin's Creeds, I'm a big Assassin's Creed fan. Have been since I was a kid. There's a lot of games I can play on Steam Deck that I would love to play on stream. And then I have my PlayStation here too, which is what my Switch is actually sitting on. I don't think I'm going to bring my PlayStation with me to college, but all of the games that I would play on PlayStation outside of exclusives are on Steam Deck. So, I think after I play Tears of the Kingdom during the summer, I might play The Last of Us for y'all. So that could be fun. But we'll see. Anyways, let me stop stun locking, because I do want to end stream in about an hour or so I can go out and get myself some dinner. Some din-din. I'm going to go get some chipotle, you know? Chipotle. So let's head into the next segment. This one's not going to be the happiest one, but it is what it is. I'm very dumb, so I can't play Portal, but honestly, Portal, I played it without any, it didn't start recording, so I can say this right before we get into it. Portal is a game, I didn't use any tutorials to get through Portal, outside of, the bosses, and by the bosses I mean like GLaDOS's boss in the first game, just because like I didn't necessarily know exactly how to get through her. Wait, no, that's not what happened. It was because I was playing right before I decided to play through the first game. I wanted to see the boss fight again because of the differences in like GLaDOS's character model between Portal 1 and 2. I was always really interested in her character model in the first game, so I watched that boss battle. But outside of that, I really didn't do anything close to like tutorializing myself through it. So, but it's really fun, and once you do get the puzzles, it's actually pretty satisfying. Although I have spent like, I think there was like one puzzle. No, there were 2 puzzles that I spent like an hour on. But that's because I kept getting fucked on them. But like after I got them, it was pretty easy to get through. And then I would like to play the Dishonored games. I ghost and non-lethal all of Dishonored 1 on accident because I was bad at the combat in Dishonored 1 as opposed to Dishonored 2 where I fucking murdered everyone. But I was really bad with the combat in Dishonored 1, so I ghost and non-lethal like the whole game. And I think it would be fun to do that on stream. Maybe as like a day event. If I get big enough to do charity streams, I'd like to do gaming charity streams. But that relies on y'all sharing the channel and sharing the videos and liking them and commenting on them so that I can get bigger and get better in the algorithm. Who knows, I might even qualify for monetization within like the next week, depending on how these weekly videos go. But yeah. Okay, let's get into it. Water first. Representative Zoe Zephyr is from the state of Montana, and the state of Montana is northern U.S. Some people consider it Midwest, and it's on the Canadian border. And Montana, as a state, is one with, you know, some very interesting landmarks. Very beautiful state if you've ever seen it on Google Maps. But it does have one notable issue, and it's that it is a highly, highly, highly conservative state that is starting to border on fascism. So, Zoe Zephyr is a representative. She is a trans woman. She's a representative, I believe, Montana's State House District 100. And she recently spoke out against bills, anti-trans bills that were being passed in the state of Montana. And due to her saying that the people passing these bills had blood on their hands, she was basically banned from debating on the Montana House floor because of her actions. And there's been a lot of uproar due to this. She's banned from debating on the Montana House floor until May 6th, I believe, and we'll see how this goes down here. So, this is a tweet from Hank Green. Hank Green, a lot of you may know. Hank Green is one of the Green brothers. I believe Hank Green is the science one of the brothers. He's not the one who wrote The Fault in Our Stars, but he's actually part of Representative Zephyr's House District. And he says, Representative Zephyr represents me. Some lawmakers convinced that they should be in charge of healthcare decisions have 5 days left to pass a budget. Why? Because exploiting anxiety and driving wedges between Montanans is the only way they know how to win. Yeah, and this is Zephyr's response to this. In a disturbing affront to democracy, today the Montana House of Representatives voted along party lines to ban me from the House floor, effectively stripping me of the ability to represent my 11,000 constituents in debate. After silencing me for a week, they then proceeded to silence hundreds of Montanans who showed up to demand that their representatives' voice be heard. As the House debated my punishment, I stood unwaveringly in defense of my constituents, my community, and democracy itself. In recent months, the legislature has launched a relentless assault on the LGBTQ+ community, introducing bills that aim to undermine our art forms, our literature, our history, and our healthcare. As I confronted the ban on gender-affirming care and exposed the grievous harm these bills inflict, I held those responsible to account. Subsequently, Speaker Rager denied me the right to be heard on any bill moving forward. When I continued to not be recognized, Montanans gathered to support my right to speak on behalf of my constituents. When the Speaker refused to acknowledge me, they raised their voice in protest. As he attempted to gavel them down, what he was really doing was driving a nail into the coffin of democracy. But you cannot kill democracy that easily, and they persisted in chanting, "Let her speak," joining in our country's great history of protesting on behalf of democracy. And as I raised my mic, I sought to amplify their voices in solidarity. Though the Republican supermajority has voted to strip me of my ability to partake in debate, I remain steadfast in my commitment to my community. I will continue to make the difficult moral choices necessary to stand up for people who entrusted me with their representation. My gratitude for those who spoke out on these principles is boundless, and I pledge to always stand up for them and to tirelessly advocate for democracy in the state of Montana. With pride and determination, Zoe Zephyr. So let's talk about this a little bit. Zoe Zephyr was silenced by a fascistic state government. The silencing of Zoe Zephyr here is a representation of the larger trend of states with Republican supermajorities to silence people who disagree with them. This is a facet of authoritarianism, and this is a larger symbol of the fascism that has been at play in the United States as of recent, especially coming from the Republican Party. And this is terrifying. And you should be terrified of this. Flat out. This is scary that this is something that is happening in our states. In these United States, this is scary. Yeah? And there have been people coming out in protest in favor of Zoe Zephyr, and she's kept pretty well in keeping up with her duties as a representative. Though they initially tried to have me removed from the public seating area, I am here working on behalf of my constituents as best as I can to give. Given the undemocratic circumstances, I'm talking to legislatures, listening to debate, voting on bills, and fighting for democracy. She is still continuing to do her job as a representative. If we go to Aaron Reed, who's also another very popular, I believe Aaron Reed is a trans woman. Let me get some pronouns. I'm not getting any pronouns, unfortunately. I believe Aaron Reed uses she, her. But Aaron Reed is another prominent trans woman. I believe she's actually with Zoe Zephyr, if I'm remembering one of her tweets correctly when she called Zoe one of her partners. But we see here that people in Montana are actively protesting the fact that Zoe Zephyr has been silenced. Again, this is a deep red state. Montana is a deep red state. And you have people protesting, holding up queer positive flags, holding up trans flags, and chanting in favor of letting Zoe speak in the legislature. And this is what I have to say on this. No matter what happens in our states, I'm going to say this and I'm going to say this now. Do not abandon red states at all. Do not abandon red states. Do not abandon queer people in red states, especially. And do not think that the battle is lost in these red states, because it is still live and it is still going. Okay? I live in the state of North Carolina, which is very rapidly becoming a red state. Our state legislature just effectively flipped red because one of our representatives in one of our districts, I believe, changed their party. Our margins were that close. And we do have a Democrat governor, but it's not like he can do much because his veto-proof majority is gone now. He used to be able to veto bills, and he can't do that anymore because it'll get overturned. What is going on in these states is horrible, and what you should be doing is A, helping the people who are most affected by this kind of horrible legislation get out of these states. If you have the ability and you have the connection to help get these people out of their states, help them get out of them as much as possible. But also do not lose hope in these states' ability to flip. I'll show you all something very important. So we all know Ron DeSantis. He is the chief, I guess you could say, chief fash in terms of the United States. He is the most, like, some people might say Trump is the chief fascist. In terms of people who I actually do believe are not just opportunists and actually do hold these beliefs in their heart, Ron DeSantis is arguably the most explicit of these. And I want to show you something. In the, I believe, 2018 Florida governor's race, the margins were very, very, very thin. Between Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum, who was the Democrat running for Florida, these were the margins we saw. Ron DeSantis did win, but the difference between them, this was a 0.4 difference. This was a 0.4 difference. Let me do the math between the numbers, actually, if I may. Minus 32,463 people could have flipped this vote. Which, for a state like Florida with a high population, isn't a lot. And keep in mind, too, Andrew Gillum, as a figure, was someone who was revealed to have cheated on his wife in meth-fueled gay hotel orgies. I'm not kidding. I'm not lying. I'm not having a joke. Andrew Gillum, the Democrat running in this race, cheated on his wife in meth-fueled gay hotel orgies. And he still came really close to winning this governor's race in Florida. Probably because he's like a chief Florida man, but you know what? It's what it is. The fact of the matter is, in states like Montana, in states like Florida, in states like Texas, a lot of people think that these states are deep red, and that isn't necessarily true. Because there will always be bastions of progressivism in these states. There will always be areas of these states where progressives can win, and there will always be areas of these states where progressives will win. Flat out. And to abandon these states and to abandon peoples in these states as lost causes because of what's going on in them is a disservice to all of these people who are unfortunately suffering under these states. And I heavily implore people to not do it. Flat out. There is so much more that can be done to help people in these states escape this persecution. And part of that is calling out things that are happening in states like Montana with the censuring and the prevention of Representative Zephyr from speaking on the House floor. There are things that we can do in order to support our allies, in order to propagate them in government, and to make sure that people's rights are protected. There are things that we can do to make our lives better in these states. There are things that we can do to make things safer for everyone. And abandoning these states is not a good thing. You cannot abandon these states because then you let people win. You have to fight until the bitter end. You have to vote, as much as you may not like the representative or the governor or whatever. Vote. Make sure that people aren't able to take supermajorities in state congresses. Make sure that Republicans are not able to take state Supreme Courts. Make sure that Republicans are not able to take national courts or national governments, like Congress, like the presidency, like the Senate. Make sure that they aren't able to take these keys to power. Because the moment they take these keys to power, and they are strong and secure in this, they will do whatever it takes to maintain it. We are at an impasse now in the United States of America, where we are being faced down with an authoritarian takeover, which is slowly but surely trying to take hold of our democracy and ruin it from the inside out. And you have to fight to preserve democracy. It is not a given. It is not going to abandon forever. It's not going to stay forever. We cannot let these people win. And you can be doomer. No, don't be doomer. You can be sad about it. You can be scared about it. You can be afraid about it. I am. You can make plans to leave the country if things come to be that bad. I have. I know many other people who have, and who have made plans to escape the red states that they live in case things go to worse. But that doesn't mean that you should be abandoning people in these states. You should help people. You should fight as long as you can fight, and you should make sure that people are protected, because other people do not have the same opportunities, do not have the same advantages, do not have the same connections as you do. And even if you think that it is a small little thing that you are doing, you can still prevail. Zoe Zephyr is a trans woman who is a state representative in a red state. If she can do it, you can. If she can do it, I can. If she can do it, anyone can. You need to fight for your rights. You need to fight for your life. You need to vote like your life depends on it, because it does. You need to organize like your life depends on it, because it does. You need to plan like your life depends on it, because it does. Update your passports. Learn how to defend yourself if you need to do so from violent mobs who may try to come to get you because you're queer. Get involved in politics. Do whatever it takes to ensure that we can protect American democracy. Because once it's gone, it's going to be very difficult to get back. And you need to fight to make sure that you can get it back. But you have to be proactive with this. A couple of months ago, I got into a little bit of hot water on Twitter because I said that anti-electoralism, going against voting, not believing in voting, is anti-black. I said it was anti-queer. I said it was pro-capitalism. I said it was pro-climate change. I said it was anti-trans. And you want to know why? Because when you don't vote, you let politicians that are Republicans enter office. You need to make sure that you are using your civic liberties to ensure that these demons do not get access to keys to power. That these people who want to deprive you of your rights do not get access to these keys to power. Because once they have it, they aren't going to give it away. You need to stand up for yourself. You need to stand up for your rights. And if you don't do that, you're helping the very people who are trying to steal them from you. Anti-electoralism is anti-trans because not voting is allowing the anti-trans politicians to enter power. Anti-electoralism is anti-POC because by not voting, you're allowing the anti-POC politicians to enter power. Anti-electoralism is pro-climate change because by not voting, you're letting the candidates who do not give a shit about what happens to our planet enter power. You cannot be neutral on a moving train. Flat out. You need to exercise your rights as long as you have them to ensure that you don't have to fight for them in the future. And that's all I have to say on this. I wish Representative Zephyr all the best. I hope what happened in the state of Montana flips to the point where things become better in that state for queer people to exist. And I hope things go well going forward. I love you all. Stay safe. Thank you for watching this segment. If you liked it, follow me on Twitter. Links in the description down below. You can also join the Discord. Links in the description down below as well so that you know whenever I go live. And also so that you can suggest content to me, which you can also do by commenting. Like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. You know how it is. And I love you all. Fight for your rights. I love you all. Stay safe. Peace. Okay. I got a little more into that segment than I expected. But you know what that just means? That just means I get to do this. I know it looks a little weird right now, but all I have to do is there we go. Okay. So, I'm going to tell you all what I'm about to do. I hope you all liked that segment. Please tell me if you did. I am personally about to cut on some Zelda Breath of the Wild so that I can do our final little segment, aka my Breath of the Wild Theories segment. Which is going to be hopefully very fun. Going to be me talking about what I think is going to come out of Breath of the Wild 2, or should I say Tears of the Kingdom. And I thought it would be perfectly appropriate to do this while playing some Zelda. The moving train line went hard. I got that line from System of a Down. The song Deer Dance, you can't afford to be neutral on a moving train. That is something that I have... Come on now. That is a line that I try to live by. I don't believe you can be neutral on a moving train. When things are moving fast, like, you can't afford to be neutral, flat out. You can't sit idly by while these horrible things happen just because it doesn't affect you directly, because it will eventually. It's like that one poem, first they came for the socialists and I did not cry out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the not Protestants, it was something else, but I did not cry out because I was not X. That's pretty much it. And then they came for me and no one and then they came for me and no one cried out for me because there was no one left. They used the Tennessee shooting as an excuse. They're going to use that as a pretext to go after citizen trends advocates like you and Zan. Let them. Let them. I don't give a damn if they go after me. I want them to. Put me in a courtroom and let them try me for some bullshit. I don't care if I get held in contempt. I will speak my right and I will speak my mind. Rush, if you choose not to decide, you have still made a choice. Exactly. And that's the thing that a lot of people, I feel like, don't realize. A lot of people don't realize the fact that you cannot just sit around idly by and be neutral as bad shit happens. Because if you do that, you are directly aiding in people's oppression. And you can't do that. It's bad. Great. It's fun. Alright. Close these blinds a bit so I can actually see a little better. Let me also get me some healies. And then I will start the final segment before I log off on stream. I mean, like, rounding up, y'all post democracy, I guess, yeah. Compliance is taking a side, yeah. I took great notice that that trans not exactly care if the world know their gender or not, but people that they care for, and not all trans like the opposite. Yeah. If you go trial for everything, it should be those ice cold electro swing takes. Fuck electro swing. It sucks. It is a bad form of music. I don't know why you people like electro swing so much. It sucks ass. Yeah, you know who else likes electro swing? Fucking Brain Dump. Fucking Max from Brain Dump, he likes electro swing. You wanna be like Max from Brain Dump? Really? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Do better. Be better. Live Moss. Taco Bell. Yeah, gender is a personal thing and it hurts a lot more not being able to see those close to you than strangers. Yeah. Okay. Shit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and those not within, I'm coming to you playing some Breath of the Wild because I have a bit of a Tears of the Kingdom theory. So, for reference, just about everyone knows who's watching this, I will be playing Tears of the Kingdom the day it comes out on stream, or at least the day after it comes out. I have already pre-ordered it. And I'm going to say this outright right now. Spoilers for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I will be talking about some pretty heavy Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom spoilers, so if you do not want to hear those, I suggest you log off now, but if you do not care, then stay here. Okay. So, for some background, I am a very big Zelda fan. I have been since I was a kid. For reference, my favorite Zelda game is Wind Waker, just so I can go ahead and solidify myself as a Zelda nerd. I am a big Wind Waker fan. Yeah. And I say this to say that I am also very knowledgeable as a deep Zelda fan. I am also a knower of Zelda lore. And this is where I know not where I know, but this is where my Zelda theory comes in for Tears of the Kingdom. So, people who know Zelda know that Tears of the Kingdom, or should I say Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom being a direct sequel, but Breath of the Wild falls at the end of every timeline, which is what is largely speculated. I'm a horrible shot. But it is largely speculated that Tears of the Kingdom falls at the end of the Zelda timeline. And because of that, we have a lot of things in Breath of the Wild that seem to be pretty consistent among all the Zelda games. So there's mention of a former Great Sea, which could be evidence of it taking place in, I believe, the adult timeline, because that's when the Wind Waker took place, in the Zelda adult timeline. There is also evidence that it potentially took place in the child timeline, with the Arbiter's Ground of the Gerudo being present in here as well, in Breath of the Wild, and there's also evidence that it potentially took place in the not adult timeline, but the Downfall timeline in Breath of the Wild as well. So, that leads me to the theory. Tears of the Kingdom, if you look at the logo for Tears of the Kingdom, it is an Ouroboros. An Ouroboros is a symbol of basically a snake or a serpent-like figure eating its own tail, and it typically represents kind of... I'm gonna piss someone off with saying this, definitely, so I'm gonna try to trend light. But almost like a continuation, a loop, in a sort of sense, like a looping figure. And I found that very interesting, especially when it comes to looking at Breath of the Wild as a timeline piece. And Tears of the Kingdom, by extension, as a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild. You see, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, both take place in a world with elements that hint at it coming at the end of all Zelda timelines. Moreover, Tears of the Kingdom has Sky Islands, which are very similar to the Sky Islands that we see in Skyward Sword, which is the first game in the Zelda timeline. Also, if you look at the trailer of Tears of the Kingdom, it honestly kinda looks like we might get Goddess Hylia in it, potentially. And as we know from Breath of the Wild, Ganondorf, or I should say Ganon, or Demise, has pretty much given up on reincarnation, which is why he has come to us in the form of Calamity Ganon in Breath of the Wild. And here's my theory. I believe that the reason why Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have elements of every Zelda game in them and in their world that hint at it being from all timelines is because Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild take place at the end of all timelines. And by at the end of all timelines, I don't mean it is a unified timeline. I mean, I believe that the Legend of Zelda series is a loop. I believe it is a time loop, and I believe that the end of Tears of the Kingdom will lead into the events that will start Skyward Sword. Which basically, I think that we get Tears of the Kingdom, and the timeline is going to loop at the very end. More than likely, I feel like the curse may end, but Demise will come out somehow, and, I don't know, try to end it. Because again, Ganondorf is done with reincarnating, by extension Demise is done with reincarnating, which could hint at the idea that things may be stopping and Demise may come out to try to finish the job himself, which would effectively end the curse on Ganondorf. And personally, I would like to see a good Ganondorf every once in a while. This is a personal thing, not necessarily a lore thing, but this is a personal thing. I would like to see a good Ganondorf. Moreover, hold up. I think that this timeline loop, again, would explain why there are elements of every Zelda game in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. If this is a timeline loop over Hyrule, that would be, I believe, a salient explanation as to why we have mentions of a former Great Sea, things like the Arbiter's Ground, etc., in Tears of the Kingdom. It would make perfect sense that a timeline loop would allow for each timeline to happen, and with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom being the end of the timeline. It would also make sense for the reincarnation loop. It is a constant cycle of reincarnation, and that constant cycle of reincarnation would work really well. It would work really well if it is a time loop, you know? And it would also allow for infinite games to happen. And again, going back to the elements of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that we see, with Tears of the Kingdom having Sky Islands and things that we really haven't heard of before, such as the Zonai, who had not been previously mentioned in the Zelda franchise, it could very easily explain why we don't see these elements present in other Zelda games. Like, you could say, yeah, they emerged after all of these other elements, or it could also be a thing of, like, they died out after Tears of the Kingdom. That was a result of a timeline loop. Also, it appears as if Zelda and Link, this is also a personal theory of mine. Well, I've actually seen it espoused by other people too. But it might also be a thing of Zelda being stuck in the past with living Zonai, which appears to be what's going on with her. If Zelda's stuck in the past with other Zonai, then it could hint at time travel stuff, and time travel stuff would fit in perfectly with a time loop. So basically, to sum it up, I believe that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom actually lead into a time loop, which will go into the first Zelda game in the timeline, which is Skyward Sword, which would explain the Sky Islands, and also the elements of Breath of the Wild that are pulled from everything, because it doesn't necessarily make sense for everything in Breath of the Wild to have happened repeatedly, and for us to have gone through every timeline, unless there is, holy fuck, that is a Guardian. Unless there is a time loop that we may be dealing with. Which is why I believe in what I like to call the time loop theory. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you like this video, make sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell icon so that you know whenever I go live. I love you all, and I'll see you all in the next video. And before I do log off, make sure to tell me what you think I might be right or wrong with this theory. Holy shit, I'm very rusty at Breath of the Wild. Ah, Christ. Okay, come on. And plunk. No. Plunk. I'm bad. Okay, cool. Got him. Love you all. See you all in the next video. Peace. Okay. There's another Guardian in the west, yeah. I barely go through Hyrule Field at all. So yeah, I'll probably end at about 5:40. But what did we think of this Zelda theory, Mike? I hope it was liked and loved by everyone who heard it. I have not fought this Hinox before. Interesting. But yeah, I have a better bow in my inventory, but I don't care enough to pull it out. Especially since I just got a new one. Oh yeah, on Hyrule Field, I know. But yeah, no, I'm really excited to play Tears of the Kingdom on stream. I'm looking forward to it. Listen, if that Zelda theory blows up somehow and I get a lot of shit for it, that's gonna be interesting. But I do genuinely think that it will lead into a time loop. That is my personal theory. Too much about Breath of the Wild makes me believe that we'll get a time loop into Tears of the Kingdom. Damn, you saw me from all the way over there? Damn, shit. Fuck you, though. This is Lon Lon Ranch. So, dude. You doing good? I know you are. Yeah. Oh! Chutzpah! 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 Ugh! Yeah, get fucked. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Watch this. It's a waste of ancient arrows, but it is genuinely so fun just like melting people with them. But yeah, great theory, thank you. Where did the fish come from? Hynix. They drop fish sometimes. Jenna, look, this is like Lon Lon Ranch from Ocarina of Time, which is like a well-known thing. It's like the little tower you do some stuff in. This is the little racetrack. Yeah. Only difference is that it is on like a hill, which is probably due to the fact that like rendering new areas in the N64, they had to actually be like physically separated, and putting Lon Lon Ranch on a hill was a good way to do that. And like get away with it. Mabe Village Ruins. I am excited to see like a sort of kind of rebuilding Hyrule. Wow. Because like we got our cool post-apocalypse in Breath of the Wild. I would like to see a post-apocalypse. It's gonna feel like a Ghibli movie. Or Ghibli movie. And in Tears of the Kingdom. Can I sneak up on him? Go ahead and switch to this. Yeah. I'd be fighting him straight ahead if it wasn't for the Master Sword needing to charge. There's actually a lot of cool loot in Hyrule Field. Yeah. I guess it's just one of those, like, if you go there and you explore and you're like willing to occasionally get sunned, you'll get like good shit out of it. I'm just interested what Tears of the Kingdom will be like without a bunch of Guardians running around, because I haven't seen any in the trailers. If Guardians got a fucking upgrade though, that would be so bad. If I'm not gonna lie, Guardians are honestly kind of an enemy of ambiance. I think the thing that makes them scary is the fact that like the music cue, because like you get a stationary Guardian, it's one thing, but if you get a Guardian like this, it's like like it's a really good way to build fear of them, especially since like if you're a very like underpowered Link and you don't have good armor, you get shot by a Guardian, you're done, you're finished, you're just gone, dude. Like there's no getting out of that. It's Zonai tech now? Zonai Guardians? That's terrifying. And then of course like the closer you get to Hyrule Castle, the more powerful the Guardians get. Which is another really fucking scary thing. You know what would be terrifying? If Guardians could fucking communicate with each other. If like you like pissed off one guardian and other guardians started attacking you, that would be terrifying. If they had like some weird ass fucking communication shit. But the thing is too, they're like, see? Ah shit, why did you strafe like that? Fuck you. Terrifying bastard. I used to be so much better at this game, but I haven't played in like years. Well, played normally in like years. But yeah, okay. So, okay, let's not do that, actually. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead, save, and exit the game. I love you all. Thank you all for watching, you beautiful, lovely people, and joining me on the stream. We had very good viewership. We got a lot of segments done today, which I'm really happy about. And I had a lot of fun talking with all of you. I love you all. I'm gonna go get me some Din Din now, and then, you know, go ahead and do my nightly stuff. Can you not shield parry him? I can, but I like not doing it. But I'm gonna go get Din Din and do my nightly stuff and have some fun. Thank you all for staying on stream with me. Lucky Otter, you were here like the entire time. It was phenomenal. Thank you for joining. And yeah, I love you all. And I'll see you all in the next video. Or next stream. Whenever that does happen. Peace. Doo-doo fart. Doo-doo fart.